Okay, I think we're live. Good morning. It's Saturday, September 23rd, 2023. As everyone can see, we're here in the First Unitarian Church of Philadelphia, which is where Martin Luther King Jr. heard Dr. Mordecai Johnson speak about Gandhi. And I'm glad that everyone came to the church safe and sound despite the serious winds and rain. I know a lot of people took public transportation. But today we're gonna last week we didn't get to Kathy's article on free jazz and just a conversation around free jazz and like the philosophy and science of it and everything, all the research that Kathy's been doing. So we'll start today with that article and a discussion around a discussion led by Kathy. And then after that, we'll give a report back on where we are in preparations for the Henry Winston Symposium, which will be in November. And so the organizing group can report back. And then we'll end with some recent events around Ibram Kendi and everything with that. So I'll pass it to Kathy Jiang, who's going to give us lead the discussion, which I'm really excited about.
Well, good morning, everybody. I was informed that today is a really special day because it's also John Coltrane's birthday. And I was also told it's Ray Charles's birthday as well.
Wow.
Ray Charles?
Oh, Ray
Someone
Charles.
can back me up.
Oh, really? Wow.
You can, please double check. And so I feel like that just means it's just a very, it's just a really auspicious day to, I guess, be reflecting on this history. And this morning I woke up and I just felt really, I guess, grateful to have this opportunity to get to know these very futuristic men and women of jazz who really courageously stood for also peace and anti-imperialism in their day as well. And just because of their commitment to freedom, saw themselves, as part of world humanity, but also I think part of a new American people in development. And I just feel like I just wanted to say that because I feel as if it's so hard sometimes to feel like you can learn about these people, but also speak about them and try to capture their essence, but also know that it's a very important task for this time. And I wanted to say that and also say thank you to everyone who's also helped me with my article so far, that it's been a huge undertaking, especially because if I could sort of back up a little bit, I think that we became really interested. I feel like the Free School has always been very interested in jazz, but it really started when earlier this year, I believe we started talking about jazz as the music of the intellectuals and freedom fighters of the 60s. It was a music of the future, and especially free jazz. And that just sort of gave me some pause because I feel like with what I came from or what I knew about jazz up until that point, I didn't always have the tools to listen to this music and fully understand what was going on or understand what it was, but it definitely felt very powerful. And so I think not long after we went to a few shows in the city, and I also came across came across a book that Roger had recommended on the intersection of, or like called Free Jazz Communism, that traces the performance that was given at the 8th World Youth Festival in Helsinki, Finland, by the Archie Shepp-Bill Dixon Quartet. And it was a very, I think it was a very futuristic or visionary free jazz performance. And I think some of the songs that were included, one of them was titled like Viva Jomo, like Long Live Jomo Kenyatta. And so it was really important. I felt like it was just such an electrifying history for me to be able to see the connection between, like I was starting to understand, I think putting some of the pieces together about why free jazz was so revolutionary and can serve as a revolutionary criteria for understanding, like intellectually, philosophically, politically, what was the spirit of that moment, and not just in America, but also in around the world, and why the world's young people at the time from socialist and progressive movements that were gathering in these World Youth Festivals, how it was a very it was almost like a, this sort of gathering, like very much like that spirit of young people standing for peace and for democracy. And anti-imperialism really, like, it fits this, like, free jazz fits that spirit. And I think that I had to take a step back and say, this is really something that was almost like made for free school to understand, because we had been so interested in the world peace movement, in the world communist movement, but also jazz. But it also is a topic for today, like a topic to understand, or like a spirit to revive for this moment of crisis, but also realignment for the American people, but also the world. Yeah, so with that, I feel like it made me become really interested in wanting to understand where this music came from, where I think that it was also very instrumental that, like, Doc, you and I would talk about this music, free jazz coming also from North Philadelphia, and knowing that people like John Coltrane, but also so many other musicians would also practice and congregate in, they were very young at the time as well, and then they would also practice and jam together in their parents' basement in the Richard Allen Projects, which is just right around your house, or even the fact that Archie Shepp, who was born in Florida, but his family moved to the Brickyard section of Germantown. He came up at a time when there was just such a rich life world in North Philadelphia, where he and other teenagers, including like the young Lee Morgan, who was already a prodigy at that time, they met because of all these different workshops and nightclubs and opportunities to not just play together and listen to music together, but also mentor each other and listen to the blues together. And it also just got me interested in the fact that this music also is very much, or even the world of North Philly is a product of the Great Migration and the blues tradition that I think helped me at least understand this in relation to what we've talked about with Black Reconstruction by Du Bois, and understanding the transformation or the development of the Black proletariat from the enslaved to the Black proletariat of the general strike and of the dictatorship of the proletariat of Reconstruction, and then also the betrayal of Reconstruction, and each of those periods being very much marked by, I think, a new stage of development, also music, like spirituals from the era of slavery, but then also the blues from the disappointment and betrayal of Reconstruction. And these are all steps that I think are best outlined, and I'm just trying to synthesize and try to do justice from Amiri Baraka's Blues People, which I think represented, just reading all those, like how he describes the music of just, and then ending almost with the culmination of jazz, because he publishes it, I think, right during the 60s or 70s, when it was still not so clear how jazz would take shape. But it's a sense that there was something very much inherent to the American people, this trajectory of jazz and the development of the Black proletariat as part of, or perhaps even leading kind of, that transformation. Those are all concepts I'm really hoping to clarify as well over time, so I'm really curious about that as well. But I do think that this is, I think, the concept that I'm also most interested to talk more about today is also the sense of the Black proletariat imaginary, which I think jazz is very much, I think, a manifestation or expression or an engine for that. And I'm very much, I think, interested in trying to better understand what that means, because I do feel as if the reason why I became so interested in trying to write about this is because even though there are books and essays and a lot of jazz critics have tried to understand this genre, it's important to also understand where this music comes from. And especially since jazz has now become so popular in Europe and in Asia, it's also not just important to know, I think, that they receive so much attention and flourishing from that audience, but it's also important to know, like return to the source. So, and I also think that between everything that I'm learning, I'm realizing how unique free jazz is among all the different, evolutions or iterations of jazz, because it was during the 60s that I think a small but very visionary group of jazz artists, including Ornette Coleman, the pianist Cecil Taylor, and also the later works of John Coltrane, became increasingly more, forward-thinking and futuristic thinking, and trying to break out of the conventions, the harmonies, the kind of structures that jazz had been working with up until that point. And it also incorporated more elements from world music, like from African percussion or Asian instruments, or even the John Coltrane's forays into studying Indian and Muslim spirituality. And I think that that's a really important aspect of this music as well. And at first was not embraced by the jazz establishment and critics, who are often, I think, part of the white liberal sort of voice on this topic. And so it was not understood for a long time, but I think it was because of the Black freedom movement and the anti-colonial struggles that this music, I think, increasingly fit or attempted to work out a new language for new kinds of human beings, or a vision for a new society, a new world that was in its becoming. And I do think that that's something I'm hoping to also better understand, of course for then, but for now as well. And so Archie Shepp was one of those young people as well, who I think came up both during that time, but also I think was also very much driving this music forward, and was very much known, I think, early on, but also especially because of his close connections to, I think it's also, his philosophical outlook made him stand out as a very politically engaged musician. And I think before he went to Helsinki and he went to perform at the World Youth Festival, some of his work was supported by the Communist Party of the USA, and I think I'd like to read some of the things he would remark upon in his interviews, if that's all right. So he once said in 1966 that jazz is anti-war, it is opposed to the war in Vietnam, it is for Cuba, it is for the liberation of all people. That is the nature of jazz. That's not far-fetched. Why is that so? Because jazz is a music itself born out of oppression, born out of the enslavement of my people. And then, I'm forgetting if this is from the same interview or sometime around this time, but he also said, I leave you with this for what it's worth. I am an anti-fascist artist. My music is functional. I play about the death of me by you. I give some of that life to you whenever you listen to me, which right now is never. My music is for the people. If you are bourgeois, then you must listen to it on my terms. I will not let you misconstrue me. That era is over. If my music doesn't suffice, I will write you a poem, a play. I will say to you in every instance, strike the ghetto, let my people go. So, I mean, just kind of want to pause and just, I think, take that in, because that kind of spirit of not compromising, I think, really defines not only Archie, but that whole generation of people that was born from that time. And I think really, I think, helps explain or, put words to why it was so important for him to feel like he had to be there among this gathering of young people and students in 1962, even at a time of heightened anti-communism. And just to kind of go into that a little bit, I had been wanting an opportunity to better understand the World Youth Festival for youth and students for a very long time, because it just felt like it's one of those things that we just don't see today very much in that spirit. Like, I know it's kind of like the Olympics, but it's also much more than that. And it was developed by both the communist movement and peace struggles across the different progressive and socialist countries of the world. But it wasn't just limited to that. and they would have so many gatherings, or they would have cultural performances, conferences to talk about the struggles of that moment. And I know one of the other World Youth Festivals that I think our group has really studied closely is the one in Pyongyang of North Korea in 1989, during this very pivotal moment for international democracy and the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. And I know then there was a young South Korean student who I think tried to jump over every hurdle to attend this gathering that was put on by her own brothers and sisters, but when she returned to South Korea, she was punished for doing so. And so even in 1962, that World Youth Festival in Helsinki, for example, somebody else who was in the audience at the time was Angela Davis. She was actually studying in Paris at that time, and then she had crossed over every also checkpoint to be able to go and attend, and I'm sure she's found it very formative. And when she returned to the United States, she was very heavily interrogated for her decision to attend and just mingle around communists, essentially. So that festival was really, I think, such a, I guess, explosive but also very rich time, because it was right after the assassination of Patrice Lumumba of the Congo, and then it was also about a year or so after the Bay of Pigs invasion. So I believe there were students from Cuba and young people from Algeria and other African nations seeking independence or seeking their place in a in their newly freed state, in a new world order, all attending. And so just that spirit of young people coming together and asserting that desire to unite and struggle for this new world order and just take on, I think, imperialism and Western hegemony, and just assume that kind of responsibility for their country and this new world was something I really wanted to better understand as well. But all of that's to say, all those pieces together, I'm also trying to not just explore this history, but also try to bring it together and I think hone this kind of political point that we're making as part of the free schools discussions and developments in not only understanding this history, but knowing what we can do to take it forward. I think that something that came out of the discussion that Doc, you had hosted at your place with Craig Baylor, with Ransom, with Mfuaze, a couple of us, there's something I feel like I realized for the first time, which is that it's not only communism that has been very suppressed in this country, but of all genres, free jazz is not very celebrated, actually. It's very sidelined to this day. Very much more digestible forms of jazz are elevated, but still nothing like of the likes of hip-hop or other kinds of popular music. And the question is why? Mm-hmm. Why is it that these two, both communism but also this music, is so erased and removed from the people, despite it being so organic to the people in this time, is a question to be raised, and it's because of its revolutionary potential and how ordinary ordinary people see a way forward or are able to work out their so many different questions democratically, but also in that scheme of things, it was really illuminating for me, because I had to even ask myself why I was not familiar with this history. Just like I wasn't familiar with the history of the World Youth Festivals or even all of these revolutionary struggles until I came to free school. And another aspect is that this is all, I know it was at one of my first iterations of these drafts, couldn't help but want to, I think, look at some of these institutions from Philly back in the day, or from the World Communist Movement or the World Peace Movement back in the day, and lament that these things do not exist anymore in the same form, and they have been suppressed. But I think getting a lot of feedback and talking about everyone, it really helped me understand that yes, you can kind of trace categorically the fact that some of these institutions no longer exist, but it's also a question that all of these contributions are very much spiritual and ideological, and that one, we are a people today who I guess was born from that generation, and that we still do live in the world where those contributions have made such a huge difference, and it is possible for young people to take that spirit up again, or for any people to take that spirit of renewal or optimism, or the desire to reshape the world in a more democratic or in the name of peace kind of way. And so I think that was something I really want to reapply to the next iteration of this draft, because it is, I think, a question about it's been a huge undertaking of studying history, but also kind of a sociology of like North, but it's also not just, I suppose, solely in the concrete form. It's very much trying to understand this zeitgeist, or this spirit that I think can very much fit this period today, and also the creation of a new American people, and that, we've been talking about today as a more ripe time for the American people to see each other as one, and can jazz be one of those things that helps guide people along that, really like being one of these places where ordinary people have had to work out their relationships with one another, develop advanced, social relations, but also it very much helps connect the American people with the world, and also vice versa. And so I think the last thing I just wanted to say as part of trying to bring these thoughts together is, I think, Doc, in one of the last session we had of Free School, we started on this kind of like trialectical dynamic of, one, the categorical, the rational, two, the imaginary, and the subjective, and then three, the revolutionary imperative. And I think I'm trying to actually, reapply that lens to free jazz, because I do think this is where this all comes together. And I think it is a point where if you're missing even one of these things, it becomes,
it's not complete.
It is incomplete. You are not able to see it in its entirety, especially this complex history of free jazz and communism. And you're also missing how this music, again, could be kind of a revolutionary criteria for assessing ideas, for culture, even movements today. And it's definitely taken me up until like this very minute to piece this together, because it's just so new to me. But I just want to leave all that on the table, and there's definitely, maybe you can hear that I'm struggling to try to bring this all together, and that's actually the task that I'm really looking forward to hearing everybody and their thoughts on what they think of this history, what they think of this kind of these ideas put together. And I'm just very curious about what y'all think of this. And I'm also happy to answer more questions or kind of see where what I kind of missed out on.
Okay, well, I really like this idea about like free jazz coming out of Philadelphia, all of the greats that you mentioned, this tradition, but then also Philadelphia R&B being this universal or this artistic link between Philadelphia, like the tradition and the art and the morals of the Black proletariat and the world. Because I know that we had talked about this a little bit during our conversation at Doc's house, but I wanted to talk more about this formulation you had made, Doc, about how the link between the avant-garde tradition and the world is communism. You said that, right? Yeah, and I think we should work that out more. But then I also think something that you said consistently for a couple of years, and I still think is really important, is the link between Philadelphia's soul, like the sound of Philadelphia, and also the avant-garde tradition. Because Kathy, like what something you said that really stuck with me that I thought was important was this point about how, like Archie Shepp said, it's time for this music to be taken on my terms. Because it reminds me of how Baldwin talked about growing up in his time, where he was saying you have to force the world to evolve. Yeah, you have to force the world to evolve around the terms that you set for them to accept you on. Because if you try to have yourself be accepted on the terms that have been laid out by the white world, it will destroy you. And we've been talking about this, but that's also the nonviolent method.
Yep.
And so, yeah, so I think there's something there with Philadelphia's soul as well that I'm trying to understand, because I think it's quite easy for people to listen to that category of music and think that it doesn't mean anything for this moment. And they call it like oldies, right? They'll be like, oh, this music is oldies, or like, but it's not. It's actually very futuristic, and the more you've talked about it, Doc, the more I do see that there's this organic connection between Philadelphia, like the sound of Philadelphia, that R&B, and then also the free jazz. I'm just not sure exactly what it is yet, but I know it also has to do a lot with Philadelphia as a city. And then the last thing I was thinking about is why I feel like the jazz coming out of Philadelphia and the jazz coming out of Chicago is the most comparable to me. Like, it sounds very different from, for example, what I have heard coming out of New York. But yeah.
Well, I'll just talk since everybody's so reluctant. We had a kind of a round table at my house last Sunday, and it included Michelle and Kathy and Ransom and Craig Baylor and Mfawazi. And, when you get people like Ransom and Craig Baylor and Mfawazi, you're really dealing with people who are experts in this. There are no universities that have people of this stature. In fact, it was so, Mfawazi, who's an old friend of mine, he had sold off his collection of records and CDs and tapes, which amounted to something like 75,000 things. That's how extensive his listening is. His whole life, from a teenager, has been involved in this music. Then, of course, Ransom, he walks around on his phone with about 5,000 tunes, that he's listening to constantly. He almost lives in a monastery where this music is everything. It's quite extraordinary to see it and to witness it. And he doesn't miss a concert, especially of the serious, what he calls the serious jazz. And then Craig Baylor, who managed and in a lot of ways archived the record CD collection of probably the place that had the greatest collection of jazz and free jazz and revolutionary jazz anywhere in the city and a few places in the country, and that was the Sound of Market. And this on 11th Street between Market and Chestnut. And you would go up these steps, yes. And on the second floor they had all of the gospel and R&B yes. you ever wanted to hear. Yes. And then on the third floor, Craig archived and managed this unbelievable collection. Yes. And the thing I regret most is that I did not, and I intended to at the time, but I never got to it, buy more Cecil Taylor. Mm. He had some of the Cecil Taylor that you would die for. Right. You know what I'm saying? But everything. So Craig Baylor was there. The place closed down. He's now, running a landscaping business. And he assured me as soon as the season is over, he'll be coming to Free School. But these three people were such a enormous resource in respect to Kathy's research. because Kathy was, you know, the book is called Free Jazz Communism, an engaging title, to put it mildly, you know, and it is not just a title to sell a book. It is accurate when you think about Archie Shepp and who he is and the politics and ideology and philosophy of his music as was represented here. And he's from Philadelphia, what is called the Brickyard, which is closer to Tioga. It's the lower part, it's the black part back in those days, the black working class part of Germantown. And then you get Lee, and you get McCoy Tyner, and you get John Coltrane, and you get Bobby Timmons, these names might not be immediately known, who come dead out of North Philly and regularly practiced and gathered in Richard Allen projects, which, you know, we'll do some research, and I assured Kathy that I would take her on a tour of these places, even up to the street where Lee was born and lived, a little street in this heavily industrial manufacturing area of North Philly. And all of those factories, for the most part, are still there, empty, deindustrialized. But that's where Lee grew up. And then you come down to Richard Allen projects, which is not like the projects, the high-rise projects in Chicago. This was a more humane, low-rise housing development, and it was sprawling, and all of these working class black people, and they were all black people, because public housing was as segregated as any other housing. And here in the middle of that was a place which was the home of the family of Spanky DeBrest, the great bass player. And if you look at his discography, it is significant, even though he died at 35, addicted to heroin. I knew the DeBrests because as a little boy, I was a Cub Scout, and they were big boys. I didn't know Spanky, he was the oldest of them, but his youngest brother, Richie, was my old head. And I followed him around, and he was a football player, and he went, you know, but the other brothers, when the Cub Scouts would go to camp, we had summer camp, and, you know, these little boys going away for 2 weeks, and two of Spanky's brothers, Shorty and Bumpy, would cook for us. So there were 5 brothers: Spanky, Shorty, Bumpy, Harold, and Richie. And all of these musicians, including McCoy Tyner and John Coltrane and Lee Morgan and Bobby Timmons, would gather at Spanky's house because his father had a piano, and they would practice. And Richie told me that outside of their house in Richard Allen Projects, sitting on the stoop, listening to them, would be Art Blakey, Dizzy Gillespie, and Miles Davis from time to time. And they were trying to decide which of these young prodigies they would take into their group. It ended up where Lee and Spanky went with Art Blakey. But there were in other words, these connectivities.
Yes.
And this experimentation of ideas, you know, and if you get John Coltrane and Lee Morgan in the same room, you know, on a regular basis, you're dealing with some of the great minds of modern music. And so I'm trying to get to a point here. But we were meeting at my house, and for 4 hours, over 4 hours, we met. And it was a great discussion because it was not academic. It was not all agreement. Craig and I differed passionately with Mfuwazi, who made the statement, I sold off my collection because I'm getting up in age, and I don't listen to this music no more anyway. So Craig and I said, well, why not? Because now it's about ready to get into some deep, shit now. Why not? And he made the statement, and this is an interesting statement. I've heard it all and nothing new is being produced. I came up in the period of the tectonic shift, and nothing new is out there. He said, my two favorite pianists are McCoy Tyner and Keith Jarrett. And in the course of the conversation, Ransom addressing the question of Keith, and Keith Jarrett is a virtuoso, but the question is, what side are you on? It really is, because like Kathy said, what is the criteria? And Keith is as celebrated in European classical music, the Goldberg sonatas, which very few classically trained and educated pianists can do. But he is celebrated in Europe, in fact, for that. And his solo concerts, solo piano concerts, are well documented and recorded, as well as his jazz work. But then Ransom brought up a conversation he had with Archie Shepp, where Archie said about Keith, he said, yeah, he's a great, he wasn't going to put him over the sky like Mfuwazi. He said, but Keith never gives credit to anybody else.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Now, what that means, we can explore. But when you think about the collective that produced the Archie Shepps, the John Coltrane's, the Lee Morgans, and others, they acknowledge one another. But Keith acknowledges nobody. And on top of it, he's white.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying? You did all this yourself? Okay, but Craig and I passionately differed with Mfuwazi. And Craig, along with me, I didn't know Craig had been involved with Mfuwazi this way. He says he has argued over the years with Mfuwazi about his pessimism and negativity. Because if you go to any jazz concert, you're going to see Ransom, you're going to see Craig, you're going to see other people. In fact, Ransom makes it's almost religious, where he supports Leo Gadsden. He's going to be at everything just to be there and pay so Leo Gadsden will make money off of what he's producing. But Mfuwazi has just abandoned the whole thing. So I remember I asked the question, well, maybe you don't have a current example of an Eric Dolphy. Eric Dolphy is a multi-reed player, bass, clarinet, alto, everything. A brilliant reed, I guess you could say reed player, flute, all of that. Composer. In fact, he played with John Coltrane, very important articles live at the Village Gate. Is it Gate or Vanguard?
Village Vanguard.
Live at the Village.
Yes.
Brilliant multi-CD set.
Right.
But he left Train because he wanted to play his own music and not just play Train's music. Okay? So I said to Mfuwazi, I said, well, even if you don't have a new Eric Dolphy, suppose you have a player that is innovating out of Dolphy. Is that not worth acknowledging? Does it have to be Dolphy or Train or Shepp to make it worthwhile? Or are there ways of enhancing and continuing and reinterpreting all of this? You know, which we saw last night. I didn't want to go there. I told Ransom, I got to finish this essay. And then he acted so nasty, like he was so disappointed. He stopped talking on the phone. So I said, I'll be there. And I'm so glad I went. A cat out of North Carolina living in New York, a tribute to John Coltrane. And he had the big sound. And it was just a bass player and a tenor player playing all this Coltrane music. And it was excellent. You want to say something else?
It was.
It was excellent. And so I said to, I know I'm talking too damn much. I said to Craig, because Craig was there with his wife, I said, this disproves Mfuwazi's position. You know, that there's nothing to hear. I've heard it all. You know, you haven't heard it all. And even what you heard, you need to hear again. Because you didn't hear it all when you heard it the first time. This is the nature of this music, the improvisational, what we're calling the black proletariat imaginary. You heard, no, you didn't hear it all, Mfuwazi. There's more to hear. And I know you didn't listen to, because he said in the conversation that he didn't like Cecil Taylor. Just, well, how do you make that claim? So judgmental and negative, you know, that you don't, I mean, how do you live day to day? Well, that's a problem for him, by the way. But, and so I said, look, Mfuwazi, I know you lost two of your friends, McCoy, Tyner, and Ntume. I know you're grieving. But come on, dog. And so Kathy asked, well, what do you, I think it was Kathy or Michelle, well, what do you say to young people? That's one of that with him, that's it. But Craig and Ransom helped us to see the life world. And really, this question of out of North Philly, this comes. These musicians, this music. I just want to say, this is my last point. Kathy, this is a research project which will not end with this essay. And I read the essay, it's a great essay. It's going to be an avant-garde. It's a great essay, and it's a great essay for young people. And jazz and avant-garde jazz is the black proletariat imaginary. Sadly, hip-hop is not. It is a distortion of it. It is a distortion of it. A little bit maybe, but not this. And I agree with Kathy totally. That young people go forward to the extent that they embrace the revolutionary traditions of the American people. And jazz is just that. Well, I'll talk about this in Winston. What I wanted to say.
Is it the trial? Is it the trialectic?
No, I don't want to go there yet. That's it, but I get to
I'm sorry to be froggy.
Hold on, excuse me, just one thing. This. Young people. See, The argument is young people are not interested in this. Young people can't understand this. Young people are indeed distracted. That it's not just young people, most, quote, old people never got into this music. It is the music of the revolutionaries, of the intellectuals, of the freedom fighters. Oh, and this is what, we were trying to work this out. The synthesis of free jazz and communism. There is no other music. I don't think that claim can be made. At the height of McCarthyism, most artists, and they were mainly folk artists, associated with the left of the Communist Party kind of retreated. Of course, Paul Robeson didn't, stood his ground. But then this new generation, so we have to explore more. And Archie is unapologetic about his links to the World Communist Movement. That's what the World Youth Festival was. The youth affiliated with the World Peace and Communist movements. And and then, of course, communism, free jazz, and the black proletariat. Then, to even get it more concrete, communism, jazz, the black proletariat, and the black proletariat in North Philadelphia, or Philadelphia. Because to explain this, you have to get as concrete as you can get, as situational as you can get, because they're young. So what are they reflecting upon? Seeing all those men and women going to work, going to a high school where everybody is the son or daughter of somebody that's going to work and in a union. Seeing that, what does that embed in consciousness? Knowing and seeing poverty. Training his mom, co-training his mom, moved to North Florida. I can show you where it's at. It's not Strawberry Mansion. That's the house he bought for his cousin Mary. He lived there for a while, I think. But when his mother and father when he and his mother came to Philadelphia, they lived on 12th Street between Master and Jefferson. I know what that was like because that's where my grandmother was living and my mother and uncles. Right around the corner on 13th Street. I know what it was like up in there. I could hear the music coming out of the bars. That old rhythm and blues, that blues and stuff. People on the weekends. It's party time, it's relaxation. Let me drink some hard whiskey. You understand? All of that. And then Richard Allen projects. See, all of that, and out of this comes free jazz. Well, I agree. And Ransom, I'm talking too much, but I'm going to show, this is my last one. Ransom makes the point that free jazz comes out of hard bop. A big part of hard bop comes out of North Philly, pure and simple.
That's right.
Now, but Michelle makes an argument that where does Philly soul or Philly rhythm and blues fit into this? Because when you talk about hard bop, you're talking about a more soulful version of bebop. And that's Lee Morgan, that's Bobby Timmons, that's Spanky and them. I don't know if Spanky belonged to a gang. I know both Spanky and Lee identified with the Tenderlines. Spanky, old school Tenderline. By the way, Pernell Folger. You got to talk to him. He's a great historian of the Tenderline. But Lee is in Tioga. They were known as the Tioga Tees, the Tioga Tenderloin. Now, people say tenderloin. No, that's not tenderloin. That's what they called it, you know? And I know Spanky had, as I remember, hoodlum tendencies. Here's a cat, virtuoso on the double bass, but he was strolling, you know. He had that swag. He was identified with a certain street culture, certain gangster tendencies, you know what I'm saying? Lee had it like that too. That's why I told my barber, if you look at Lee was light skinned, so he thought he was cute. Because women did too. But he had a process, but it was a Quo Vadis. A lot of people don't know what a Quo Vadis process is. I'll explain that at a later date. But he had a Quo Vadis process. That comes from them cats looking at Tony Curtis in them Roman movies, where they have their hair going, you know, whatever. But anyway, I'll stop there. But all of these small details, because it shapes identity, it shapes relationships, it expresses, you know, how I want to be seen. Now, of course, these are all men, but men like to look good for women. So that's a part, and Lee is often playing to women. You know, a lot of his, you know, trying to, you know, Train ain't. Train don't have it like that. Spiritual. You know, all of that was going on. I'll shut up. But that's what Kathy's research is engaged with.
I learned a lot of new things just now.
You know, we're talking about it. Go ahead, Ransom.
Well, I was thinking a lot about, I was very impressed with the way she critically thought the whole conceptualist and went into and asked the question several times, where is this coming from? And that's very significant. And I asked myself the same question and went back. Now, if you notice that there was a very different, well, the similarity is in the various different slave colonies, they worked so hard, you can't see more, you can't see night, see, for economic reasons. But there was a very real difference between an English slave colony and a French, Portuguese, or Spanish slave colony. Now, what's this difference? This difference is, and it's major. The English fanatically, one, banned the drum and totally disallowed any practice of any kind of African culture. There is an exception. For some reason, they were soft on the banjo. The banjo is an instrument, you Google it, it comes up, that it was solely created by African Americans, patterned on an instrument that they played in West Africa. And African Americans were the only people that played them for years until the bluegrass musicians fell in love with it, and the white folk singers fell in love with it. If I were to, I live in North Philly. I'm born and raised, and I only lived 19 and a half years of my life outside of North Philly. I'm 68. If I were to go from 29th Street to 22nd Street, from Lehigh to Allegheny, and if I went door to door, and I asked people, and I was able to speak to everybody in the neighborhood, and if I asked, I said, well, do you know the origin?
You know what?
Do you know, if I ask the question, do you know the history and origin of the banjo? I would probably find, and it's only been 400 years or whatever. And I might find 5 people in the black community that actually know that the African American created the banjo. Now, here's where I was really trying to go to. I got slightly sidetracked. That was the one exception. For some reason, they were soft on the banjo and they permitted the banjo. Ban the drum. No speaking no languages, nothing, just do no rituals and nothing, you know what I mean? Now look at the difference. This is all the English slave colony. Look at Cuba. They had the French, the Spanish, and the Portuguese had varying degrees of a concept. Well, we will have a better worker if we let them keep certain aspects of their culture. Well, they did have a better worker, but it was a double-edged sword because they also were able to organize and slave revolt. So it was a double-edged sword or whatever. But yeah, they did. So therefore, in Cuba, you got drum cultures that go there. Drum culture and ritual practices and cultural things that go back thousands of years that they brought and kept with them. The African American had all of that snatched. So it left a spiritual void. And this is where this music comes from. This is the reason why the African American created so many different musical art forms as opposed to those other people. Why? Because they were able to keep the shit they brought with them. So what happened was, we started with the work songs that were called field hollers, and then very quickly something evolved that became called the primitive blues. And then much later you had the phenomenon of the Mississippi Delta blues. But then what you had, very significant, I have to give credit to where I got this from because I had never read it, I had never heard it. And there was a guy, there was a professor in the sociology department at Temple. There was a jazz nut, and he had these snippets on RTI. He talked about various different aspects of jazz and whatever. And one day he talked about New Orleans, and he said that there was a short-lived loophole in the Louisiana Territory law. First off, let's talk about the Louisiana Territory. The Louisiana Territory, they had the audacity to create no slave work on Sundays, and they allowed the slaves to congregate at Congo Square and speak their languages, do their rituals, play the gongs, all of this. There was a short loophole in the Louisiana Territory law ways if a wealthy white man had a baby by a black woman. Well, quite naturally, because of the dominance of melanin, the child is black. But the child had the political rights of a white person. Very short-lived. They sent these children fanatically to France for their education, where they excelled in classical music and opera. Footnote about classical music is the fact that everybody in here knows that there's no classical music without musical notation. Musical notation was transmitted to Europe, and before that, they had never been musical notation. Musical notation was transmitted to Europe by the Moors. Just happened to be black. Footnote. But these black children that were sent over there for their education, except in classical music and opera, and when they lost their rights, the blacks in the Louisiana Territory, who were very culturally African, overnight had access to the classically trained musician. So the blend between the classical music, the African rhythms, and the African intonations, coupled with the blues, very quickly evolved into what we are now calling jazz. And that's why they say that jazz originated in New Orleans. Well, I learned that from Jack Burrow, and I had to check it because I had never read it. I had never, heard it. Yeah. So yes. Now getting back to the source of this music, the reason the African American created so many different musical art forms because there was a spiritual void that was left with the snatching away of the drum and any kind of practice of African culture. So this void became the necessity that was the mother of invention. That is the birth of jazz. And this is something that's kind of sensitive, what I'm getting ready to say, and that is, that first I want to say that the world has embraced jazz. They know and love and revere jazz. All kinds of people all over the planet are really learning the language of jazz. They're really playing awesome. Oh. However, there is an energy that is invoked by the black master jazz player, that is invoked and channeled through his performance, that you will only experience from the black master player. Now why? Why is this? It goes back to something called genetic memory. If anybody wants a definition of genetic memory, you can just Google it. Wikipedia has a very excellent definition of what it is. The black jazz musician goes back into the void, which was the mother of the invention of the art form. And that is the energy that is invoked and channeled through the performance. And so that is what I call the spiritual significance of the series Black Music. And it's very, so I ended, when I lectured on this last night, and what I ended with was I wanted people to not just love the music, know all the artists, and have huge record collections and what have you, but to allow themselves to understand and experience the spiritual significance of this music, and to have respect for the real sacrifices that these artists make. Oh, yeah. This is the only country in the rest of the world that don't have universal health care. Musicians are the only people that you have to do a benefit when somebody needs a surgery. The wealthiest nation in the Western world and don't have universal health care. And they shake Hillary. She had the illusion that she's just gonna give the American people what everybody else in the Western world has and have had it long enough to take it for granted that that's what you do. They shut her ass up when she was talking about, I'm gonna give the American people universal health care. You know what I mean? They shut her up and I think they gave her $800,000 or $900,000 or something for her silence or some shit. Yeah, so the source of where something comes from, in my mind, is very significant. So the fact that you asked that question, and then the way that you critically thought all of the different aspects is very awesome. I was very impressed. So carry on. That's it.
Yeah, I feel like it took me a lot, like half an hour to process everything you went through, Kathy, because I think it's so, well, this is also coming, I remember when I first listened to jazz, even in free school, I was so confused. Because to me, I was like, I feel like it's a language I don't understand, or it's almost a dimension of my own brain that I never realized existed. And I think it's been really cool to witness you, Kathy, write the article and explore and then share it with us, because I actually think it gets at the heart of the science and the philosophy, our study of science and philosophy, but specifically what it means for the revolutionary process and the advancement of humanity, but specifically like the sharp advancement of democracy. And that's what's been cool, because first, I mean, I never knew much about Archie Shepp in particular, but at first when you told me that you were gonna look at or write about Archie Shepp and Bill Dixon at the Helsinki Youth Festival, I was like, wow, that's so obscure. But then actually, I think in some ways at the heart of many different things. Because when hearing you talk this morning, the thing that really stood out was, one, this unraveling that we're doing together about the connection between communism and free jazz in particular. Because I think what's also coming up is jazz is one thing, but free jazz is something totally, is the total crystallization of something else. And it is in free jazz that there's something futuristic. And I think that's why it's helpful, the concrete, the Black proletariat imaginary, and then the revolutionary imperative, I think, is so helpful as a scientific framework, because I actually think free jazz is what has the revolutionary imperative. Of course, the Black proletariat imaginary, but also this revolutionary imperative. And I think that's why there's a connection. So yes, like communism, free jazz, but the thing that I think you brought up, or that stuck with me, Kathleen, what you said was putting the youth in all of it. Like the way you highlighted the youth festival actually did something to me, because I think I also took the youth festival for granted. But when you made the point even about the Pyongyang youth festival, I feel like actually what you were making a point is also that someone like Archie Shepp, as like a person himself, like a young person who saw the artists before him, or like was shaped by and witnessing his, like, I don't know jazz artists like this, so I can't name drop, but like Archie Shepp witnessing the artists who influenced him and who were innovating. Like, I think Archie Shepp, it sounds like he was a really special young person too, where he was it's almost like he was able to take the torch and advance, both not just as an artist, but thus as a scientist, like someone who's contributing to the scientific advancement of like revolution. And that's why he, like all those quotes you read where he was like, I'm an anti-fascist. Like, you know, like he's like, I'm an anti-fascist, and jazz is anti-war, and jazz is for Cuba, and jazz is for liberation. I think there's something really special in there. And because going back to the youth thing, I feel like what it feels to me is also that free jazz is concerned with the youth. Like free jazz and the youth, like there's something there, which also goes along with free jazz is for the future, which means it's for the youth. It speaks to the youth, for the youth, with the youth, and I feel like that's also important, because that goes also with the youth festivals, where like, okay, why does free jazz make sense at a youth festival as not just a language of America, but for the world? And like, why not like minor song? You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, you know, I'm not saying it's not a diss on like folk songs, minor songs, work songs, but free jazz and the youth festival, which is, you know, for the future. And that's what I really liked about what you were saying, because I also think, like, I guess I just want to say that it's been really important for me to hear you talk about your research on free jazz, because it has everything to do with, and also has really impacted my writing process for my article on neo-Trotskyism. Because what we're both concerned with is the youth, but also how ideologically, and that's the thing, jazz is not just music, jazz is ideological. And I think that's also a really important point, where I feel like we're at this point with free school, like even in our two research areas for what we're trying to say about today's moment, I feel like we're trying to say that, like the way you said it, Kathy, which is communism wasn't the only thing obscured, and it wasn't just deindustrialization that took away jobs, but it was, why did free jazz have to be sidelined? And this was something Ransom had, like you had said over and over, which is, how is it that free jazz was produced by Americans, yet it is America that is the country that does not appreciate jazz? Like, it is the world that puts jazz in one of the greatest art forms in like human history, but it's the country that produced the people, like the country where the people who produce jazz, is the one that is the last to accept its revolutionary nature and why. And there's a reason. And that's all to say that basically there's something about free jazz in particular that both makes it so natural and to be intertwined with communism, and the youth and the vanguard of the youth, but it's exactly that philosophic, scientific reason that it had to be destroyed. And yeah, and I might as well say it, but there's something I really like something Serafina had said in relation to Kathy's article, where Serafina was like, the point of hip hop is to either confuse or destroy the Black proletariat imaginary, but it also insists that young people cannot handle complex ideas, which means that young people do not have the capacity to understand the world around them and dictate on behalf of humanity what a more just world should look like, what a new world should look like. And I think that is also what Archie Shepp was saying, where he said, like, him and then being at the youth festival, like speaking through the music to all these young people, what they were saying was, like, we, the youth, have the revolutionary consciousness to determine the future. And I think that's what also had to be destroyed.
Yeah, just to add to what you guys are saying.
Speak up.
Yeah. First of all, yeah, like I really have said this before to Kathy, but I really commend her for taking on this project, because there's a lot of information that has to be kind of absorbed and channeled and synthesized, but there's also different methods that Kathy's employing that have to be also synthesized and kind of brought into a narrative. And I think she's done a really tremendous job with that and is continuing to develop it with all these conversations we're having. And I just want to bring up a few things which have come up before, but that to me it's almost like, and this is I think what people are saying, but that like free jazz, and maybe jazz in general, but like jazz and free jazz is like the concrete universal of like the Black proletariat. It like free jazz is the way that anyone would be able to relate to what we mean when we say the Black proletariat and the Black proletarian imaginary. Because I feel like it's one thing to like say the category, right? But it's another thing to be like, oh, like what does this actually mean as like almost like a universal manifestation? And in the same way that the Archie Shepp as a person, like what does he represent, but also the performance in Helsinki in 1962, that as like a concrete thing which reflects a universal aspect and like a universal like surge of basically like philosophy. And yeah, I think the other thing that I wanted to bring up is that like I think part of the question that I guess was brought up in the conversation at Dog's Place of like, oh, I don't hear this, like I don't hear anything new anymore, is basically the question of like, is it over? Has everything been exhausted? Is the whole game over and there's nothing left to do? And in that sense, like, yeah, like, should we just give up? I feel like that is basically the question being raised. But the tremendous thing about, I think, trying to capture, first of all, the life world of these artists, like whether it's Archie, Coltrane, Lee Morgan, who all knew each other and were working with each other and also mentoring each other. And like what Doc described is, it's like, first of all, during that period, it was the time which demanded a new language, like the time which demanded a new music and a new culture by which to make sense of these things. And I feel like that is basically what these artists were doing, was being able to like have a sense of what is the time and, you know, like the zeitgeist and that whole thing, with the freedom movement, and the freedom movement demanding a new language, like a new art, a new music. And I feel like we are living in a time right now which is, yes, there are many challenges. Basically, as Kathy points out, all of the institutions which nurtured these musicians in like the 60s and 70s have basically been hollowed out. The Black church has been attacked, and all basically like deindustrialization. There are many things that are going against young people today, but still the fact remains that we are living in a time which calls out for this. Like the time itself demands it. And I feel like that's also, like, why write this article now? Like, why not, like, could this article have been written maybe, I don't know, even like 10, 15 years ago? I don't know. But I feel like part of what we're responding to is not just a history, but it's like a particular moment, which is calling out for the invocation of that history so that young people can have some way of making sense of, oh, this is my role in this period of history. And yeah, I feel like the other, like, the thing that, one of the anecdotes that's included in Kathy's article, which I really like, is, like, when Archie first meets Lee Morgan in Philly, like, Lee Morgan and I guess, like, these other, like, older, like a few years older, like, teenage jazz musicians are like, oh, Archie, you should play something. And so he starts playing, is it Chet Baker?
Stan Getz.
Oh, Stan Getz, yeah, Stan Getz. And then, like, they all start laughing.
Tell me who Stan Getz is.
He's like the, I don't know, you probably
Oh,
yeah, Bossa Nova.
Yeah, he's white.
Like,
He's from Philly though.
Yeah, he is from
He's
Philly.
from Philly.
He's
Yeah.
some, yeah.
And John Coltrane let him come up on the stage and jam.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, well, it's not like anything
Well,
against Stan Getz,
the
but
story
it's-
makes
but the gist of the anecdote is
He
that, like,
You like?
Yeah.
but then Lee Morgan, like, he's kind of laughing, but in a gentle way, I think. But he says, like, oh no, like, play the blues. And then at that moment, Archie's like, oh yeah, like, my dad has been playing me, he's been filling my life with, like, this blues music. And it's at that moment, there's, like, almost like a switch turns on. And he's like, oh, like, I know what music I need to play. And it's also, like, I think the really interesting and incredible thing about that too is that it's not even, like, when, like, for instance, when Archie does, like, a whole album which is just spirituals, right? Or a whole album which is just, like, blues, like classic blues songs. The point is not that you're trying to, like, go back in time, but it's that you're invoking this music and giving it also a new meaning, a new content for the moment that you're living in. And that's also, yeah, like, there's nothing wrong, and in fact it's great if younger musicians today play, like, yeah, like a Coltrane, or they play, like, all these musicians, because it's not like we're trying to go back in time. We're trying to invoke that because it has, we can, like what we're living through right now, it gives that music almost a new meaning and a new content. And I think that's also partially the point of it. And yeah, I feel like that's also, like, what we bring to the youth and the younger generation today. And I feel like, yeah, like, I had the same reaction to Kathy's article, which is, I think there's maybe a danger that someone who doesn't know this history might read it and be like, oh, why does this matter for me? Like, this just seems like an odd historical fact that occurred at some point in the 60s, and, like, it doesn't really matter to me. But, like, what we're trying to capture is almost, yeah, like, there's like a whole, like, a stream of, like, world movement and world history which has been, like, the memory of it has been suppressed, but also, like, the continuation of it has been suppressed. And it reminds me of, there's a few paragraphs in The Souls of Black Folk by Du Bois, which I wanted to read partially because it comes up, it, like, also relates to this thing of categories and theories. But it's from the chapter 6 of Souls of Black Folk. And Du Bois says, quote, "From the shimmering swirl of waters where many, many thoughts ago the slave ship first saw the square tower of Jamestown, have flowed down to our day 3 streams of thinking. One swollen from the larger world here and overseas, saying, the multiplying of human wants and cultured lands calls for the worldwide cooperation of men in satisfying them. Hence arises a new human unity, pulling the ends of the earth nearer and all men black, yellow, and white. The larger humanity..."
Sorry. It's not. Could you just read that part, that sentence you just take your time with it? You know?
So the first stream of thinking. One swollen from the larger world, here and overseas, saying, the multiplying of human wants and cultured lands calls for the worldwide cooperation of men in satisfying these wants. Hence arises a new human unity, pulling the ends of the earth nearer and all men, black, yellow, and white. The larger humanity strives to feel in this contact of living nations and sleeping hordes a thrill of new life in the world, crying, quote, if the contact of life and sleep be death, shame on such life. To be sure, behind this thought lurks the afterthought of force and dominion, the making of brown men to delve when the temptation of deeds and red calico cloys. Then the second thought, streaming from the death ship and the curving river, is the thought of the older South, the sincere and passionate belief that somewhere between men and cattle, God created a tertium quid, like a third kind, and called it a Negro, a clownish, simple creature, at times even lovable within its limitations, but straightly foreordained to walk within the veil. But to be sure, behind the thought lurks the afterthought. Some of them favoring chance some of them with favoring chance might become men, but in sheer self-defense we dare not let them become men. And we build walls around them so high and hang between them and the light of veil so thick that they shall not even think of breaking through. And the last of these three, there trickles down that third and darker thought, the thought of the things themselves, the confused, half-conscious mutter of men who are black and whitened, crying, liberty, freedom, opportunity. Vouchsafe to us, O boastful world, the chance of living men. To be sure, behind the thought lurks the afterthought. Suppose after all, the world is right and we are less than men. Suppose this mad impulse within us is all wrong, some mock mirage from the untrue. And so here we stand among thoughts of human unity, even through conquest and slavery. The inferiority of black men, even if forced by fraud. A shriek in the night for the freedom of men, who themselves are not yet sure of their right to demand it. This is the tangle of thought and afterthought, wherein which we are called to solve the problem of training men for life. So that whole chapter is about education. But I just wanted to bring it up because it's like part of what I feel from Kathy's article is jazz being something which is like a force to unify like the things that people were speaking of, but to also overcome the contradictions that are kind of latent in these streams of thought and afterthought. And I feel like even when you're talking about like free jazz versus hip hop, it's like hip hop represents like in some ways like a stream of thought which is like pushing back against this other thing. And yeah, I know that like there are other ways of categorizing, I guess, like, the categorical thought, imaginary, revolutionary, and all that stuff, but I feel like part of what we're trying to tap into is like how Du Bois talks about like these streams, and then how do you actually train a new generation of young people to be able to like, out of this, to basically construct something new. And yeah, the last thing that I really appreciate from Kathy's article that she gets from Amiri Baraka is that like it is the blues and jazz, which is like the first American music, and like Du Bois and Baldwin both say this as well. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot there, but yeah, I just wanted to bring that up though, just because it's like it also gets to what Ransom was bringing up with like where does this music emerge from? And like Baldwin has this line that's like, this music begins on the auction block. And I feel like we need to make sense of that, but also like not because it's just like we need to go back to the past, but because the times that we're living in demand it.
Like when your guys were talking about like the youth, that's a big deal to me. And like there's gonna be more of these articles about jazz, and that's which we'll get into what you're talking about, Emily, like the science, the ideological, meaning the meaning we're defining, or giving a language to the endeavors of these musicians, not solely in terms of them as musicians, but as revolutionaries, number one, and number two, as people capable of creating a new scientific sphere. and level of thinking. And like the whole thing about science is interesting to me too, because I asked the chef that I work with, and I asked him like about one of the dishes that he makes, and like he's funny though, because he has this thing where he jests at me. He calls me like autistic and stuff, but that's also because he's autistic too. So like, whatever. But the whole thing that I was curious about when he was making his dish, because it differs from somebody else making it, is I was like, okay, so how come yours looks so different than like other people? And he was like, and I was like, oh, is it about timing? And then he was like, that's exactly right. And that's the same thing throughout. Like, it's timing in history, like throughout everything. The way that you do or think of or make things new. Like the whole thing about, what you're saying, Jeremiah, synthesis, like the word synthesis, what do you mean by synthesis? It means there's a factor or a number of factors that we're thinking about and trying to make sense of something. And what is it that we're making sense of, and for what purpose also matters, that plays a role in the whole formula. And then what makes me emotional about the youth thing is the capabilities, and it is true. Like, for me, when I first heard Coltrane, like a couple of years ago, like really first heard him by myself, like, I was like, well, it was late. I don't know what I was doing. Maybe I just got home, like getting off work or something like that. And I was just walking up the street. I remember me looking at the street that I was on, which was the High Street. That's my street. And like everything started to feel different. And I was telling Doc yesterday morning, I was like, maybe it's just me being like overly sensitive to like, frequencies and energies and stuff like that. But I think it's true with anybody that everybody's actually very sensitive, and that, there's a large consideration to the emotional and spiritual qualities of every human being that, when we're talking about the ruling elite taking advantage of the American people, that they actually do affect a certain, because it's funny when you had mentioned the way that Lee Morgan grew up in the house, like when you talk about sociology or like the sociological factors that play into the making of a man, the mindset of a person growing up in a low house might be different than the mindset of a person growing up in a tall house. So like the same thing goes with the music and what is being inputted and what is being taken involved in. And I think to some extent that young people, old people, anybody puts in or tries to make a way, there still comes a wall, which, it's funny because the chef is cool, but the limitation that I feel like he has in his personality is that he'll call me autistic but not see himself as autistic. Which is not to say that either of us really are, but it is to say that, maybe even if I am, there's a certain freedom that comes with admitting the truth of the matter. So it's like, even when it comes to what it is that you're into, there's still the truth of the matter. What is it that you actually think of and why? What is it that, and the other thing that makes me emotional is the reality of the free school, because a lot of times I keep saying like people don't know why it's important. And, I was listening when Doc was doing interviews of people in free school like that, of Derek's interview, and he was talking about how the free school is like Greek, whatever,
a Greek
classical academy or whatever, and the level of to admit the reality of the situation is important. And to say, and the only thing about free school to me is like, well, I've always been wanting to involve myself in something real, like real stuff. Like, a lot of times, or like to my experience with and the teachers I met in high school, is always the option to do something that would give me a particular opportunity to, you know, move up in a whatever world, or and I would always kind of want to do something that's substantial, which is how I came to the free school in a small sense, but not how I was really thinking about it at the time, of course, because I don't, you know, it's whatever. So the fact is that, you know, all these people that we, like Ransom and Doc, have also experienced with these people, you know, existed, number one, like Lee and all them. And all these people are also within us, number two. And, you know, I always go back to Baldwin, and we had our most recent meeting about the year of Baldwin, like, this past weekend, and I would say how he was like, you know, he first came to Buford Delaney, and like, you know, through the door or whatever, I don't know which door, unusual door he used, right, yeah. And then it was through Buford that like Bessie became real to Baldwin, you know what I mean, like alive, like the music meant something. And you know, in a way, like he had a similar experience that I did, like something like you were saying, like in your mind, in your consciousness, in your heart, became anew, became afresh, became to another level. And you know, Paul Robeson became real. And what he said about all these people, what Baldwin said about the musicians and whatnot, that I reiterated in the meeting, was that, you know, they were his inheritance. And you also talked about the genetic, you know what I mean, memory. And like, that's a similar thought in mind, like what, which doesn't require, like, I don't know if it's like a racial thing, but it is a certain, that memory is a spiritual thing. It's something that, you know, like it's something that is, you know, in the mix. It's in the mix. But I feel like this discussion has more to do, more than just like your article in of itself. And it means that we're talking about the categoricals, like you had mentioned, that we were like, you know, and working that out, which is important.
Yeah, I wanted to say I really appreciate the conversation and, you know, like what Kathy was initially saying about her article. And like, you know, I think I also like feel very much what Emily was saying, because it's very difficult to understand jazz the first, you know, like the first 20 times you try to listen. And but you know, this is the thing that I've always been sort of surprised by and trying to understand, because like, you know, there is this idea of the relationship of, you know, music and art to struggle, and you know, you see that all over the world. And it's in one thing, it's like one way of understanding it is, you know, yes, of course, we're talking about the need for people to have, like, you know, to see the world in their own eyes and to see themselves in their, like, with their own lens. And you know, it sort of makes like it's easy to interpret that when the music is, you know, lyrical, when you're talking about, you know, like when you're talking about, you know, poetry. And like with jazz, it has always, like, I think it is something deeper, because like it's not the first obvious reaction to that you can have to, you know, just music. But I think what this conversation was making me think of is that, you know, there is a deeper relationship between between jazz and like free jazz, and like its relationship with you know, the freedom struggle, with the black struggle. And I think like this sort of comes up because of what Ransom was saying about, you know, like jazz and free jazz as the culmination of the years of, you know, of the years of music like blues, rhythm and blues, and all of these people, Robeson and so on and so forth. And I think there's something like the link that I'm trying to figure out from this and what this conversation was making me think of is it has something to do with movement and how how jazz what's it called, bebop and hard bop and so on, all of these have been produced at a time to move from the previous the previous iteration of what the vanguard of music was, and it has been that has been the way that free jazz came up, because you have to at some point you realize that okay, the point of all of this is futuristic. Yes, it's toward moving on with the times, and this is something unique, and I think this is why this is one of the reasons why we're thinking of this as a scientific project to link the question of art and music, especially jazz, the focus being on jazz, with the struggle.
I could add to that. That was very well said. The way you guys have talked about it has helped make it more real for me, the concept of revolutionary imaginary, especially the way you talked about the slave experience. I try to imagine it as, wow, you have these people that are not treated as human beings, and any spectacle of hope is supposed to be crushed. And this is something that you have going on for generations. It's like, wow, this is all you've known, this is all your parents have known. And yet there's this hope inside of you that's like, we're gonna find a way, man. We can't explain it right now, but we just know it, we believe it, and it will come, and we'll be ready for it. And so when I think about great leaders like these free jazz artists, or even great thinkers like this is something that is universal and the property of humanity. But because of these great leaders and thinkers, you have something that has been the collection of something that's universal to people that has and this imagination has been elevated and especially fostered in the Black proletariat. Something special about these beautiful people. And really, I think it presents the capacity of all people as well. And when this even makes me think of like rap and hip hop in a new light, in the worst light possible, where they cannot completely extinguish this imaginary that people have, but instead you direct it towards being on top of this really fucked up world and system instead of being a part of something new. And so, I really think that this really speaks to the moment right now. People especially need, great thinkers like Du Bois and Lenin and Winston, but it's crazy to see the level of pessimism that stuff exists, and yet it's crazy to believe that people today have so much pessimism. And I would like to think that things are a little better than in slavery times, and yet there's, from my conception of Du Bois and what we're talking about, people seem less optimistic and less, believe less in the future now. And so I think we're responding to something that's greatly needed, and I appreciate it.
I really like the way I really liked the imagery, or even the conceptualization of that hip hop and rap encourages you to see yourself on top of the world, on top of a very a world in crisis, or basically, I'm trying not to swear, but the bad, the bad world, and rather than being within, because that's why I actually was really interested in Jeremiah, specifically pulling from the Souls of Black Folk, because the whole point of the Souls of Black Folk is for Du Bois to say that you cannot understand people, you cannot understand revolution or people or development unless you go to the soul, to the soul. And so I just like the way the way you described or framed it as hip hop and rap encourages you to see yourself on top of a terrible world rather than being within the soul, within the souls of the people moving forward. I really liked actually the framing there. And it'd be cool to like explore that actually.
Thanks.
Yeah, to build off Eddie's point, and this is a self-criticism while talking about Paris, when I first came to free school and I was a lot younger, I thought Doc hated hip-hop because he was just an older man. And the older I don't say that when Doc comes back. But I thought that the older generation always hates the younger generation's music. But I think that as I've grown with the Free School, we've talked about jazz and art and music, and I was thinking about the souls of Black folk. That art is a reflection of the internal struggle of a human being. As Doc was talking about what's going on with Coltrane is different from Lee Morgan and what they're trying to communicate as individuals. And I had a conversation this is a while ago, with a comrade of mine from Temple, and I talked about how the Free School does not engage in hip hop culture, is is critical of hip hop, and my comrade was dismissive and said like you're isolating yourself from all the young people. This is what the young people listen to. Like you're missing out on an opportunity. And I, thought about it, and I thought, but this is Du Bois. This is the sorrow songs. And we have to be honest. And then what Chimbarza said about how music plays a role in revolutionary struggle. Every revolution has had a soundtrack. That's kind of a lame way to put it, but. It's like the music is up front in the struggle because you're talking about as Du Bois would put it, the inner strivings of a human being to be free, or the way Ransom put it that was beautiful about the spiritual whole. It's part of being a human to fill that. And that's what Du Bois talks about in the souls of Black folk, that Black men and women are human beings, and the sorrow songs are the proof that they're human beings.
Yeah. That's right. Go ahead, Rance.
Yeah, something I kind of left out, and I just wanted to shut up because it's so interesting what people are saying or whatever. But then another part of my brain said, well, this is very significant. And I want to talk a little bit about the blues. The whole concept of taking negative emotions, hurt, and go through this process and come out on the other side experiencing joy. And hence the bluesology concept, it hurts so good. You go through this and you get all the way on the other side, and now you're experiencing joy. You've actually transformed these emotions. That is the genius of the blues. You know what I mean? It's just like, and then you use a different aesthetic consciousness for perceiving and appreciating the blues as opposed to jazz, even though the blues is an integral element of jazz. You see what I'm saying? And it's cool. So I kind of sort of left that out, and then that came to me, and I really, like I said, one part of my brain was saying, I didn't really want to say anything else because I wanted to hear what anybody else had to say or whatever, but not saying, I better drop that. That's it.
Because to talk about that, because what I was saying about the inheritance aspect portion is like, not only to say that these people are a part of you and like they are you in a way, but like the limitations are really further than actually in this time or whatever time one would assume, meaning that the people before, whether that be Paul Robeson, have gone much further and like you said, stood against great odds. For you to also stand further and beyond those odds. But like to the thing that you're saying about transforming emotions is what is underscored for me too, because the human consciousness, the human capability, yes, it proves that we are human beings, but like what is it being human that is being proved? What is it that we can actually be as a human being, rather than just being that we're not a slave at this point? And I think that is what the free jazz communism conversation that we're having also means. Because we keep saying that jazz affected us in a certain way, all of us, and changed the way that we think. When we were reading Hegel, that also changed the way we were thinking. Like, and to me, it just, or at least maybe I'm more sensitive. I just felt like, because I don't mean to speak in ways that people don't understand, which is either not like an abstract or a concrete way, but it is just, sometimes I can be jumbled, so I don't mean to. But when we were reading Hegel, I think in a way my mind was, and my emotions were affected in a similar way, where I was like, oh, this is so much fun. Like, we can think about like everything in new and like funky, like new combinations, new ways of thinking, like how to assess the world is, so, Hegel's not alive right now, obviously, but like he is offering something still that is not yet fulfilled and not yet completely, what is a complete thought, but like, I think the same thing goes, like, meaning like the jazz or free jazz has a similar scientific effect to the human brain as does advanced philosophy or physics or whatever. And the questions, whether that be in my mind, which is because we were looking at him so much, Einstein, Du Bois, or the jazz musicians, the questions that they're asking about the universe and the human being also represents the particular, it's like, I feel the same way that Kathy does. The people who are alive today are quite, capable of thinking and answering these, kind of universal and, the problematic of today, like the problems that we have yet to be answered. And that's the thing that's exciting for me, because I'm like, okay, let's go for it. But why can't we go for it? Okay, well, the ruling elite only wants people to think in terms of their own terms, or like to appease a certain narrative, or not to think in scientific or philosophical ways. But the free school for me says the exact opposite. The free school, you think freely, you can, everything's open. That's why I'm attracted to it. But anyway, so I'm here being emotional, but at the end of the day, like, there's so much to do and so much to be excited about. But the thing about the way that we're talking about free jazz and communism is also a whole nother scientific kind of like field that we haven't yet really worked out, and there's a lot into it.
Can I say something? Because I also, through this entire conversation, it's so remarkable how much overlap there is between this conversation and the one we've been having about science and philosophy, like Serafina was saying. I've always, it was difficult for me initially to understand why free jazz is called free jazz, and I think a very sort of, like, on a structural level, you could think of it as, it doesn't have these imposed forms and structures, and it goes off, and it's sort of a new way of thinking about music and music theory. But then it's not just that, it's also really about freedom, human freedom, because it basically says that no, human beings cannot be limited by these externally imposed assumptions about what human beings are worth and what they're capable of and what their agency is in this world. And it makes me think about all of the stuff that we've been talking about, physics, like Serpina was saying with Einstein and all, about quantum theory and all the philosophical implications of all of that. And you have to ask the question, where is the equivalent of a movement like free jazz in the natural sciences, in the theoretical physics? And it seems like there was a point of time where people were actually thinking of these questions. What does the study of science and philosophy and physics all together, what can it contribute to the development of human agency and humanity's capability to struggle? But there has been a counter-revolution, both in that sphere as well as in the sphere of music. Now you have this entire story you were telling, Doc, of, people who were touched directly or indirectly by that tradition that produced jazz and free jazz, in today's times feel cynical about the fact that nothing is being produced. And like Jeremiah was also saying that, what is the conclusion you draw from it is, okay, then there's really nothing we can do. So let's just resign ourselves to believing that hip hop is the equivalent of what jazz was for that period. And there are some people who can't fully even give in to that, accepting that fully, and so then you have to make categories of hip hop where some hip hop is progressive and some hip hop is, and all of that. But ultimately it's all a compromise. It's all a compromise, and I think you see the same kind of compromise in the world of physics, which I have to deal with every single day. The conclusions drawn in both these very seemingly different spheres of human activity is the same, that there is no future, there is nothing we can struggle for in our times, and there is nothing that human beings can come together and work together to build a new philosophy. And in some ways, jazz and free jazz, they were trying to give a new philosophy, a philosophy for the poor and oppressed of the world, which gives them agency, just some things. By the way, the article sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to reading it.
It's only going to get more, enriched by everyone's comments, which I really also appreciate.
Let's see if we have some
Longer?
comments.
No.
Oh, go. Danny,
We can go to comments first.
But is it on this topic?
Yeah. I'll try to keep in time. But thank you for your presentation, and also I appreciate hearing about the banjo, because when you listen to early Louis Armstrong, it's all banjo. It hardly comes later, like with Count Basie or something to kind of project.
And he had banjo rags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's jazz banjos that I just don't play. So some of it is. But I guess, so you're talking about the discussion that you had about, is there something new today? And I certainly don't agree that there isn't, anything new. There's plenty of new music and stuff. And I don't know, I haven't met this person, so I don't know about this. But I was wondering if there was a kernel of truth to it, in the sense that if music is a part of society, and if there was a question raised by free jazz that, in my opinion, has not been passed, then I don't know if I would put it at there's not new music, but it is this thing of the music that came after free jazz, we were talking about hip hop, I don't think it rose to the level of that kind of question. And when you were talking, I was having a flashback to listening to Coleman Hawkins on There Will Never Be Another You, when I was 13 or 14. And what always stood out to me, right at the end of the song, is he plays the major third over a minor chord. And you play the exact wrong note over, that you could play. And he's like, yeah, right? Because that's the kind of thing that he was sort of known for, is to be a little playing out a little bit. And in the Archie Shepp, so I brought my copy of it as well. He has a great downbeat essay where he's talking about, he says, well, Bird left us in the 50s on the C7, so he leaves us on a dominant chord. Meaning he leaves us on the chord that it's the tension in the song, that Charlie Parker is kind of famous for making a whole vocabulary of playing the wrong notes over it, right? So that everybody's copying it. So it goes from a wrong note to being hip. Right? It's like a hip thing, you're going to play augmented, flat sixth, flat second, it's oh, okay. And of course, what was standing out to me as a young man, like of what I got into jazz, I was like, oh, it's kind of like taboo. It's a little like provocative. They're playing the wrong thing, but then it's kind of destabilizing. And the really good musicians can resolve it. They give you the tension, a little spice, and then there's the sugar that kind of... So then the reason I bring that up is he says, well, Bird leads us on this, and then Miles Davis, and he has a passing mention to this guy, George Russell, the Lydian chromatic scale person, where he's like, well, Miles, and I thought Miles could always hang on Bob with Bird, but apparently he's like, no, I'm going to do cool jazz, I'm going to do something modal. Where he's like, well, Miles then opens up the kind of tension in a more broad sense, right? Where you're going to sit on a chord, you're going to go through different modal kind of spheres or something. And he says, Archie Shepp says, it makes everything relative then, and then it opens up an infinity. And the reason I bring that up is because then, so we were talking about music, like, the kind of American music. One of the big things about the 20th century is you start to get records like regularly. You start to get CDs and MP3s, and it ends up qualitatively changing how we hear music, right? Meaning there's this kind of like a passing phrase, we don't hear music in the same way as Mozart. Not worse or better, that's not the kind of question, but anytime Mozart would hear music, he didn't ever hear CDs, so he always heard it like the first time. Whereas when I was driving in here, I was listening to Anita Baker, Angel. I've heard that recording a million times. So I hear the exact same recording every single time, and it changes how you hear and how you experience things. And likewise with the Coleman Hawkins or listening to Charlie Parker. And it then changes this kind of question about, I felt like free jazz was raising, and it's always there in jazz in that development, this kind of paradox about it, which is that the notion of jazz improvising, free, the spontaneity, and yet then the paradox of little old me, like practicing jazz. I mean, I'm practicing the mistakes, I'm kind of practicing the hip stuff, and that changes the quality of it because then it becomes like no longer a mistake, it becomes a recognizable thing. And it's that kind of question that I feel like free jazz was raising, which is like, okay, you've heard people play, you've heard, like Hard Bop is taking it to infinity. They're gonna play 300 beats per minute, Lee Morgan, Wayne Shorter, Art Blakey, let's go, really fast stuff. Really technical, they're kind of perfecting it. But it also then raises this question of like, you're perfecting that kind of same, progression. The same kind of thing. It's like, oh, that's a Charlie Parker lick. Oh, that's out of ornithology. Oh, that's out of anthropology, kind of thing like that. And it's raising the notion of jazz to itself. Of, isn't the point also to be like you're experiencing it for the first time? That the mistakes were interesting because they were like out of it, right? It's like not what you were expecting. It was spontaneous. And so then this question about free jazz as well, and the reason why I say I feel like the answer to it is not going to be like another music genre, but it would be a social change because, Tony and I went and saw Bobby's Ankle. How we hear the music itself is mediated through society, through the fact that we were listening to records on the way in, I was listening to radio on the way in, and that the question of perhaps being able to experience the full potential that might be latent in free jazz would be bound up with the social revolution. It would be bound up with the whole totality changing. That there might actually be potential there that we actually can't yet experience in that way. So I just wanted to, maybe your friend was being pessimist. I don't know, I was not at the table when this was happening. And I think they're like, new music. And I was watching a Nigerian guitarist who plays like George Benson. I loved it. It was a great thing. I'm happy to see it. But there is this question there that, to me, it need not be a pessimistic question, but it can say, well, maybe that full potential is yet to be experienced. And people say the same thing with art. Like, maybe there's beautiful art that we can't yet recognize as beautiful, right? There might even be food that we don't. I mean, apparently food tasted different after the French Revolution. That these things really are bound up with society. So I just wanted to plumb the depths of the rabbit hole of, this kind of thing. That kind of question that can be raised.
Well, because you had me to that point. Until the last point.
I don't know.
No, because you had me interested sit into what you're saying until I understood what you meant, which was also like the whole thing about jazz, like the language bit that you said, like that made me think about how, you know, we're understanding, that thing about understanding is a process. You know, on the other hand, I do know that there are musicians that play in the, you know, pattern, I guess you would want to say, of like that R&B, Marvin Gaye or whatever. And like, it's cool, they look nice, but what do they mean? You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day. And so I think there's a couple of questions. The long meantime came in my mind when you were talking. What are we struggling towards and for what? And then as a rebuttal, what would it mean? Because when I'm saying inheritance, I keep coming back to it. Do you? Don't do like everybody else just cause. And the same thing goes with the responsibility that you have, that people don't know that they have, to really each other, and really to like love each other and stuff like that. You get into, oh, it sounds nice. No, what I mean is that, what would it mean for any person to do something that matters instead of do something that doesn't matter at all? Or because I know that, and you know, you can say I'm talking from an artist's perspective or whatever, but like anybody really has new ideas. And you hear it, people say it all the time. You know, I wish I had time to do this, I wish I had time to do that. And, well, choices. And at the same time, too, the morality, the values is involved. What you're saying with John Coltrane, that spiritual, that component of meditation where it's you on you. Which is a scary process. It's not something easy to be accustomed to do. And again, you can say wait for a social revolution, but at the end of the day, it always ends up with the everyday dealing with the oppression that we deal with, whether that be in cultural senses, whether that be in that physical sense or whatever. And I think when we're dealing now in the ideological struggle, and we're dealing with tools of oppression that are inside and in your mind and how you think, then it becomes more of a both a sensitive and transformative process, and it causes to question or take seriously almost everything that you do in a way, and what you think about. And so, like, to people who don't take seriously enough the traditions that they, you know, play in, that you know, I can understand to a point. Well, you know, why not to listen to everything? Because even people today don't make, you know, new stuff, and they don't have the courage, which is really the underscore kind of criticism. Where is the courage at? Where is the, you know? But then I'm like, you know, with every person, there's a potential to do anything. You know, whatever a person really is locked up in doing, you know, that doesn't mean that they're limited. It's only like, it's funny because it ends up being like, do you see people in one way? Are you willing to see people more than what they are or not too? Like, because in the whole process of, in this case, liberation that we are talking about, we are not, we're bound together in a single garment of destiny. And in the same way, if, you know what I just thought of? It was, if every opposite action has an equal whatever it is. So, I'm just saying, when it's on the table of all of the struggle that we have done so far as a human race, you know, with Coltrane, Robeson, King, Du Bois, you know, if it's really on the table, then we're at a different, like, we're still talking about a different level of operation that any person really who's being born in this country right now has a potential to have a consciousness of and ask questions about. And so any baby would know into something or some feeling of what Coltrane or whatever, what they were doing. That's part of the culture. But again, underscore the ruling elite want to say the opposite. They want to make it impossible.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, actually.
The ability to understand what Coltrane was trying to put on the table and becoming even close to what he is. So I'm just saying, like, to be honest, I can't really take that as a more or less a question, because it means that you're saying to me that I cannot really do anything, which is not true. And it's kind of it's really hurtful, like it's an abomination kind of thing. So I don't know. That's how I respond. I don't mean to say too much, but what the thing is that, like, I keep saying the stakes are pretty high at this point. Too, and so that's on the table too.
Could we see if we have any comments and then maybe move on to the next topic? Kind of speak up, Nori.
I will speak up.
Yes.
Todd says good morning. Safari,
I can't hear you at all.
Really?
No. But just speak up. Yeah, please.
Okay, Todd says good morning. Safari, Melis Sleasley says good morning. Peace, beautiful people. I'm out of Chicago. I agree with that. I think in reference to Philly and like the Philly sound. Brother Jehron Muhammad says peace and blessings, family. On assignment, I will watch later. Amiri Banks, I think from Atlanta, says I have to go soon, but feel that Ransom's point about genetic memory is so critical. I appreciate that the Titans of free jazz created a foundation that transcends languages, nations, and eras. There are core themes of the human spirit and condition that connect elders and ancestors to the youth.
Interesting.
This makes me think of Sun Ra, an Afrofuturist jazz artist, and how we must demand change from current artists, especially those with African or Asian heritage, who have become so warped. They have the potential to transform genres like K-pop, hip-hop, etc., and tap back into those memories of revolution. And then they say, I'm headed out now, I love you all and wish you the best. The global coalition will continue to evolve, and so will our music in response. Thank you as always for all y'all do. And then Jacob says, couldn't make it today, hope you all are doing okay. And he liked Samir's point about hip hop and jazz. And then the last set of comments are from Don DeBar, who says, I love free jazz, to listen and to play. My late friend Sunny Sharaf and his little jammy with Sunram. And that's also.
Can I just add quickly to the conversation in terms of, I feel like there's also, it's almost like there's like a function of free jazz, I think in particular for this moment, which is maybe getting to what like Danny and Serafina were talking about, but I feel like when you experience especially free jazz for the first time, and I think seeing like Bobby's Ankle play at, what was it, Solar Miss, like a few months ago, I think that really opened my eyes because like jazz has always had a very clear social component to it, which is that it like literally it is a music of artists responding to each other and also artists responding to the audience, and it is like in fact probably like the most socially oriented like quote unquote modern music, and I think in some ways it's like jazz was the music which also most clearly connected with the philosophy and the method of struggle of the civil rights movement, because it was about basically like forging new kinds of social relations, right? And I feel like that's still part of the necessity of this time, which is why, and I don't know if that's just limited to free jazz per se, but like part of the struggle of this time, it seems like, is even to struggle for, like, I don't know if this will make sense, but like to struggle for society, to struggle for like the insistence that like while the ruling class is basically trying to isolate people as much as possible, and especially young people, to make them feel like they're completely closed in, they have no connection to the world. Jazz, in a very literal, like almost concrete sense, calls people together, right? But the other thing, I think the level of free jazz is it doesn't just bring people together to like enjoy something, but it is literally a music of struggle. Yeah. It is like not just a question of what is the future, but it's a question of how do we get there.
That's right.
Right? And I feel like it is a music that also awakens thought. Like it is like there's no music that I've ever thought more while like participating in basically like what you call free jazz or avant-garde jazz, like that whole thing. And I feel like that is also like the philosophical aspect of it, which is even in like a practical level, it is especially when it's performed live. And I feel like this also gets to what Danny was saying, that like it literally brings forth, like it calls you forth into something. And like in that sense, it is still, I think, not just relevant, but also necessary. And it's also why like we had like Bobby play at the Intercivilizational Festival together with basically like the folk music of different civilizations, because they're not in contradiction to each other, but bringing them together in that context also gives a new meaning to it. And I feel like part of what, it's also funny because I feel like the events that the Free School does, like they feel something similar to like what the World Festival of Youth and Students was doing. Right, but it's just like in the context of Philadelphia, rather than like going from a different country to a different country. But actually, we kind of do that sometimes. It's like India, China, Korea, Vietnam, Africa, and it's like we're creating a space in which like people, especially young people, can meet, right? And that out of this, like there can be like a new kind of knowledge, like new social relations that emerge. And I think that like jazz in a lot of ways is like almost like, it's not just like the themes are revolutionary, but it's even the practice of jazz, which has revolutionary essence. And like there's a concreteness to it, which I think I have only started to appreciate basically within the past year, of like what it actually calls the person who's participating in it, whether you're the artist or the audience, like what it calls you towards. And I feel like I don't know if it's like the question that Danny is saying, or like also how like the same thing, but I wanted to add that.
I also wanted to add something briefly because this is also making me think about Bobby Zenko, which I know some of us know. And yeah, like we've heard perform, but something he had said earlier this year was that because he had been exposed to the African American musical tradition, and then especially I think through his playing with Cecil Taylor, been exposed to something that showed him something about his own potential and the potential of life. I think since that point, his life has been in dedication to basically fulfilling that legacy. I think he says something like this quite often, and I always thought that was interesting, but actually, a couple months ago, I went down to the Clef Club to see a performance that he was not playing in, but of students that he had mentored. And I had known that he had been teaching at the Clef Club, but I didn't really know what it meant. And I also hadn't spent much time at the Clef Club before. But I think this performance in particular, and Kathy was there as well, really was the crystallization of this link between free jazz and the youth that we're talking about. Like, I think it's one of he's similar to what we are always striving to do, has discovered a principled link to the youth, which I think is, for example, not what Samir, you mentioned, hip hop does. And, it's just very remarkable, and it's also very rare and special, and it needs to be protected. But I think it was a testament to how much the youth deserve, like these ideas, these values, this history, and then almost also how much they're capable of withstanding it and then actually developing it and elevating it. Because I'll never forget what I saw that day. Like, I started crying because I saw these young girls and boys from Philadelphia who were playing Wayne Shorter, Footprints, and then Thembi by Pharoah Sanders. But then Thembi, it wasn't played the way that you hear the record. There was actually a vocalist who is this very young woman, and then there was a male vocalist as well, and he sounded like a young Michael Jackson. And then the funny thing is, Bobby was like, "Oh, you should go to Cedar Park later," which is a few blocks from our house, like our houses. He was like, "You should go to Cedar Park later tonight because there are going to be kids from the Clef Club there again." And then the thing that blew my mind was that same young vocalist who was singing to Pharoah Sanders was now singing Donny Hathaway and Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder. And he had this big afro, and I don't think he could have been more than 13 years old, but he sounded like that young Michael Jackson, where you just ask yourself, like, oh, how do you know the ethos? Like, how are you able to sing it in that way? How are you able to tell this crowd to put down their water ice so that they can like, you know, say that one day, you know, we'll all be free. Like, he really just went to Donnie. He was like, "Put down your water ice, like, clap your hands." And I'm like, what? You're so young. And I thought to myself, like, wow, yeah, this is Philadelphia. This is Philadelphia in 2023, actually. Yeah, and it was so beautiful.
Sorry, I just have one last thing to add, but this also gets to like Kathy's article and this whole conversation gets a lot to the question of the avant-garde too, because basically I feel like what youth are offered today is basically pop culture, like pop art, like that whole thing, and then maybe like what's presented as edgy is basically just like postmodern stuff, and what the pop art does and pop culture does is to basically kill thought. Right? It like literally people go to like concerts and stuff to not think. They don't want to think about their lives. Like that is literally it's ingrained to like kill people's thought. But then the thing that is posed as quote unquote avant-garde, which is basically just postmodernism, it is things that are designed like anyone who's gone to like the MoMA, for instance. Like it's like basically telling you you're too stupid to think, right? Like that is what people, I feel like, I don't know, this may just also be my perspective, but when I think about avant-garde before basically we started this journal project, I was like, oh, like I feel like avant-garde, I associate it with like art that is telling me I'm like, you're too stupid to understand this. And that also kills thought. But I feel like basically what we're trying to find is like this new stream, this other stream, which is that which like awakens thought and moves thought. But yeah, I just wanted to add that because I feel like that's also where, like, what is the function of the avant-garde? It is to awaken, like it is to awaken thought.
Could I add something?
Yeah. Go, Ransom, and then we're going to go on to the next topic.
Okay, I wanted to, I think it's so significant that you're going to take her on the street and show her where these people live. Yeah. Because and made me think about the fact that, and this is not really that known, but there was a lot of serious jazz aficionados that lived in New York that regularly came to park their body in a Philadelphia jazz club. And let us remember that from 56 to as late as 70, it was so many master jazz players that hailed from two American cities that jazz was almost, not actually, but almost a tale of two cities. And you're talking about Philadelphia and Detroit. And we had fewer clubs in New York, and that's why a lot of these musicians moved to New York, but New York wasn't producing them. And the musicians used to love to come to Philly.
Yeah.
Because you knew when you was playing in Philadelphia, if you got a certain response in Philly, you knew you was really playing because the audience was possibly, maybe a little more than maybe, the hippest audience for jazz on the planet. And it doesn't get that kind of an accolade, but people in the real know that know the significance of Philadelphia was a true mecca.
Yeah.
It was, and then you had that, I don't want to get you topic, but I just want to mention it, we'll talk about it another time. But the whole system of tradition or institution of jam sessions, where these musicians would after the gig, in every major city, every night of the week was a jam session, and this would go on all the way to the 4 or 5 in the morning. And these fledgling players could play with these masters.
Yeah, wow.
So that's it.
That's interesting.
Well, this has been a beautiful conversation, but we have to move on, sadly. So I guess we turn over to Eddie and Shantanu to talk about the Henry Winston Symposium.
Sure, I'll share what the culmination of some really invigorating long conversations that we've been having at my house in the Team India headquarters, their house. With the in reading Strategy for a Black Agenda and understanding the relevance of Henry Winston for our times, we've gotten a lot out of some of the just the conclusions that the book has reached that can explain things today. But the true depth of Henry Winston's thought, the true depth of Henry Winston is his thought. And really, I mean, it's really when I'm reading Henry Winston, I feel like I'm talking to Doc. I hear Doc's voice. Since I don't know what Henry Winston sounds like, I don't remember his voice. So we definitely, we're in good hands. And Doc really explained a lot to us this past week about the true depth of his thought, which is the categorical rational.
Yes.
That is indispensable for making sense of the past and the present and making predictions about the future. And it's no trivial statement to say that the rational is categorical, and we should go into that a little later. And the other dimension of his thinking would be the revolutionary imaginary, which we've been describing today, that really deserves going into in terms of the life of Henry Winston himself, the kind of man that he is, that produced him, which is the best of what America is, the best of Black people. And then furthermore, the revolutionary, moral dimension of him that I think ties you inextricably with other human beings in America and the rest of the world. And to fully appreciate his thinking and his relevance today, we have to apply it and think about it along in modern terms of looking at the way the world situation evolved, which he references in the book of the post-civil rights movement and the world crisis then of what he would say was the anti-colonial struggles, drawing that to the present moment of the crisis of neo-colonialism as well, which we've been exploring the implications and the possibilities that this opens up. And the further possibilities that we can get from thinking along the lines of Henry Winston is a vision for the future, thinking of a way out of the conflict that was really erupting at that moment in the world, and moving past the ideologies and thinking that were holding us back, really to build the unity. I consider strategy for a Black agenda a key instrument in defeating backwards thinking to build unity. And in this day and age, that can allow us to defeat the war agenda and have a vision for the future based around the peace industrial economy and a kind of world that children and youth deserve. I think we've really implicitly been touching about all of these things in our conversation today, and I'm glad to work it out even more with you guys. And I turn it over to my trusted friend, Conrad.
Thank you. So I'm actually going to give everyone just a very brief logistical update, and then I'll try to add on to what Eddie was talking about and what I got from our 4-hour-long conversations the last 3 weeks. I know we've been driving dog really hard, but yes, as Eddie said, that we are planning a symposium celebrating the 50th anniversary of Henry Winston's 1973 book, A Strategy for a Black Agenda, which is tentatively going to be held on the 11th and 12th of November, which is the second Saturday and Sunday of the month. The location is, well, we're still trying to figure that out, but hopefully it's going to be here at the First Unitarian Church of Philadelphia. And really quickly, we're planning 2 days, where the first day will involve the viewing of a documentary on Henry Winston, which our comrade Emil has previously made, so we'll try to show that, followed by lunch, and then 2 panels discussing various things, and then we'll have a second day, which is on a Sunday. I'm assuming that we can only start after Sunday Mass, so we'll start a little later, but we'll have 2 panels on that day as well. We are still working on a title, but that I think is only because the breadth of the ideas of Henry Winston's contributions are just massive. And we're really trying to find a title suitable to encompass all of that. And through this conference, we're not only trying to work out his ideas, but we're also trying to know the man Henry Winston, and study his mind and his method. I feel like it is important to bring forward the relevant parts of our time, but it's also important to know the mind that created them. And as you all know, Henry Winston was the chairman of the Communist Party USA from 1966 to 1986. But through our conversations, and I didn't really know a lot about Henry Winston, but talking to Tom, reading strategy, it's really become very apparent that he wasn't just a communist. You can't really reduce him to just a communist. He was a thinker, he was a historical thinker, he was rooted in the people, and he wasn't dogmatic. He wasn't dogmatic about the idea of communism, in the sense that it's very easy, I believe, to say that, okay, we're going to take Lenin's general theory about class struggle and apply it, and that's all that matters. And we have discussed in preschool before, that's how leftist intellectuals in the Communist Party currently thinks. Henry Winston was not about that. I think that, and we discussed this recently, that when communism came to America after the Great October Revolution, the black struggle was already in progress, it was already on. The Civil War had already happened, and we were moving towards civil rights, right? And Henry Winston recognized that the ideas of Marxism-Leninism, they couldn't be implemented in the US as is, right? Without recognizing the centrality of the black proletariat. And America, as you know, has been built on the back of slaves, of which Henry Winston's grandfather was one. And he sort of asserted that without integrating the black struggle with the class struggle, you can't really implement communism into something that's going to develop society, develop the American people. And that is why the name of his book is Strategy for a Black Agenda.
It's so interesting, isn't it?
And
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
This is all summarizing, the conversation.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, man.
So yeah, his book is called Strategy for a Black Agenda for a reason, because you can't ignore the black proletariat, and you have, and we've talked about this, that the Garveyites did just that. They erased the contributions, or they didn't acknowledge the black proletariat. And Winston talks about this quite extensively in his book. And he recognized that the social science put forward by Du Bois molded the class theory of struggle into something more applicable to the American society, and therein lays the brilliance of Henry Winston. And through this conference, what I think we're trying to do is study Winston the man as he was, a visionary, a scientific revolutionary, and explore his scientific method in synthesizing the communist ideology and the Du Boisian social science, and also what we can learn from it in our present moment of crisis. So, if I was to talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the panels, you've already listened to a little bit about what we want to explore in the first panel, which is the science of Henry Winston. We really want. I didn't go into this thing about the categorical, the intuitive, and the moral imperative, because that's something that I think we still need to work out. I'm personally struggling with this a little bit, but I'm sure that as it happens, we'll work it out. But Winston has written quite a lot about how the world shifted from traditional colonialism to this new form of control, which is neocolonialism. We've also talked about Nkrumah's neocolonialism last week at the Free School, which is based on a kind of economic and cultural control. And what we aim to do is to try and juxtapose this rise of neocolonialism in Winston's time to its decline in ours, which goes hand in hand with the rise of China and the rest of the Afro-Asiatic world. And I was reading an article which said that China has offered to rebuild Syria. And I'm like, because I was in Henry Winston mode, I was like, he didn't live to see this. China rising, saying, what we'll do, we'll rebuild Syria. Belt and Road, not bomb and ruin.
He was like, I've been waiting all the Free School to say this. One more, come on, drop one more.
This is the difference, and I think that it's really important to bring that out. What was Henry Winston's world? What was his time? And what is our time?
That's right.
And we've talked about time being one of these categories that always moves forward. It's you can't go back in time, but you can learn from the past. You can learn from history. All our thinking has to be a historical process. And the West is really in utter turmoil, as we've discussed, and they cannot withstand a united movement of white and black workers. And this is exactly what we're seeing today with the Trump movement, with both white, black, whatever. It's beyond all of that. It's trying to raise the consciousness of the people to a position where they take control of their own lives. And this conference will highlight these differences between the world of Henry Winston, our world, what has changed, what still needs to change.
I
And
like that so much.
I'm sorry?
I like that.
And this will also form one of the central themes of the conference, which is the transition of the world from upholding a war agenda to a peace industrial economy. And finally, I think our main purpose, and we discussed this quite extensively also, our main purpose in organizing this conference is to reach out to the youth of today. And I know we've talked about the youth quite a lot in the free jazz discussion. I think free jazz, in the same way as the teachings of Henry Winston, can make the youth believe that their lives have a greater purpose. And that they have the potential to change the world. And I feel like I have to say this because I really didn't think about it in this way. The first meeting that we had, we were all talking, and Doc pointed out that, during the civil rights movement, the youth really rose up. When it was really necessary, the youth rose up and believed that they had something to offer, that their lives were, that their lives could be dedicated to something greater than themselves. And that spirit, that force, took them all the way. And the question of today is that what will it take to make the youth rise up now and hold their heads high and adopt what is known as the moral imperative. And this is important in this discussion because Henry Winston was not just a communist, as I say. He was a leader, a mentor, and an educator. And he taught a lot of people to do just this, to dedicate their lives, taught them how to be disciplined and be proud of their contributions. And we need people like Henry Winston today. We're very lucky that we have Doc. He's a sort of moral anchor, and people need that, the youth need that. And I guess what we're trying to do is bring him back through this conference. So, yeah.
Sambarta and Nathan.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things. Well, first of all, I think like we have been talking about Winston and jazz, the whole conversation today. I think I was thinking of how we keep talking about the arc of history, and there's also this arc of the thought of free school. And I think this conference, this symposium, really builds on the Henry Winston Symposium that was organized 2 years back. It's a continuation of that process, and we are trying to build on what we had established through the first Henry Winston conference 2 years back. And also since then we have been talking about the Du Bois-Lenin synthesis during the 10th anniversary, and then our one-day event about the Black proletariat and Black Reconstruction. So I think this is a continuation of that arc, and we are at a place. I think we are getting to a place where we can form, we can form a concrete, a concrete theory of the revolutionary process in America, in history, and also how to imagine it for our times. Because this is really the purpose of us meeting every week and all of these conferences and symposia and so on. So yeah, I just want to add that to everything that's been said. The other thing which I think we'll keep getting into it, but this idea of Winston as a scientific thinker. I think it's really deep, and it is something that is being worked out. But I think going through going through his writings, his life, the question comes up as to why does he talk about all of these theories? Why is he exposing all of these? I mean, he's talking about all of these theories as a single entity because they share a single purpose of obscuring imperialism. And today it follows the same purpose and it comes in different garb. But the purpose of ruling class ideas have always been the same because it tries to obscure it tries to obscure US imperialism and neocolonialism, and that's why that's why he talked about all of these, and that's why we are trying to get back to that, get back to his thinking and his mind. I think that's why we talk about not just his ideas but the mind, because I'm thinking of how because it's not simply going back to ideas of the past, but we're trying to see how we can predict what what his ideas would be today. That's the question for our times. And regarding the scientific thinking about Winston, I think this question of class and race it sort of goes through these ups and downs. And if we look at in the ideas that are championed by the ruling class, it keeps going through ups and downs about, oh no, race is the most important thing, oh no, it's class, so on and so forth. But I think what Winston really offers is a dialectical relationship between the two, because what he's saying is that racism and white supremacy has class in its origin, and therefore you can't separate the black struggle against white supremacy from the class struggle. On the other hand, in America, the concrete struggle, which Chandra was saying, the concrete struggle has the black worker as the center. So this is why I think Winston is he needs to be seen as a scientific thinker, because what he's doing is he's coming up with a specific theory for liberation in his time in America, starting with the general theory of Marxism, Leninism, so on and so forth. So I think this is it's really an exciting project, because he led an exciting life, and we're trying to get to that. We're trying to discover that for ourselves. So yeah.
Nathan. Yeah, I don't think I have too much more to add, but I would like to talk a little bit more about why we have been looking at the category of time a lot, for that concept. One of them being that in trying to even say, look at the past, or say, what sounds from back then are even relevant. So I guess just kind of analyzing the positions from, say, back then there was the world communist movement, there was all of these things going on, and today it's similar, but I guess just this question of time to say that for one, there has been a specific, there has been progress and developments made by the civil rights movement and things such as that. So the contradictions are a little bit different, or maybe a little looser. I'm not sure exactly, but so that's one aspect, I guess, of the importance of time. I think the other one in looking at time for the development of theory, because I think in that aspect, to make a new theory for America and a new theory struggle in America, you have to be both in the present and identifying, what are the opportunities or the ways the American people can position themselves right now. One of those being, the struggle for the peace industrial economy, and I think within that also the struggle, I think, to, I guess, overcome or end whiteness, in part to achieve that, partially because You know, back then there were a lot of institutions and a lot of organization among the people and whatnot. But today, to even, I think, get to that point, you would have to struggle to get America to a point where there is an industry and there is a way to unite people. I guess one of those being the anti-war struggle, but also just this, I think, in the moment right now is a big issue of trying to rebuild America because a lot has been taken out with, say, like the way the economy shifted, we don't produce nothing no more, except for things for war and whatnot. So just this thing about like also leading into like the children, say, you know, for the future and whatnot.
Leading into what's that again?
The future,
yes.
You know, looking at the children and whatnot, you know, as a part of this theory, I guess, it's trying to be made, but, what can I say? You know, I guess, like, one thing being, like, yeah, children are capable and whatnot, like, all of that, but, to kind of propose that there are things to build off of, you know, there's been this great break in continuity, I think, in history in America, and part of this like ideological assault that has shown people that they can't be anything, you know what I mean? So there's that aspect. But I guess, yeah, just this focus on youth and children, which was interesting about like the World Festival for students. You know, like, I'm not sure what exactly their strategy or angle was for saying, for making that, but, you know, just looking at this thing to say that for the youth and students, I think we've kind of looked at the moral and revolutionary imperative as the most important, or one of the central like motivating factors, and how do you motivate like people. I guess this last part I'm gonna say is gonna be a little like funky because I don't have like a way to weave it in just yet. But this whole thing about, I think specifically like, when like looking at like the transformation of like a human being to like make somebody upright, to make somebody, you know, have like pride and purpose and like heart, you know, I think that this piece for the youth and children is like really going to be important to like focus for James Baldwin. You know, because a lot of this, I think one of the key things about his like futuristic thinking is to say that if you're going to exist in like America, you know, it's kind of like your life has to be not in contrary, but in struggle against, you know, like unnatural and inhuman society. So in how to build a person like that, I think that's one thing. And I guess one last thing could be that I think this doubling back to like the importance of the ideological struggle right now, partially because of there being so many currents and so much withdrawing from like the institutions of the ruling class, whether that be from universities, from the military, from unions as well. You know, something new is going to have to be created, I guess, and there's a lot of, you know, even the Trump movement and whatnot. So there's all this like potential in America right now, but you know, aside from like the organization of people, I guess the barrier to that being like the ideological struggle. But that's kind of all I got for now.
I know, you know, a couple of years ago we did a Winston conference, and I think it was Serafina and Jake Harris that motivated it. I remember Jake talking about this very complex article that Winston wrote called the Kissinger-Moynihan Doctrine. And for him to have read that with the understanding that he had at the time was quite significant. But, you know, how to resurrect an extraordinary figure that has been erased, not only by the ruling class, but by the people who lead the party that he led. How do you resolve that paradox? Certainly, in the Communist Party, besides having a building named after Winnie, or a hall, a room, an auditorium named after Winston, their relationship to Winston is a relationship that you have to a dead person, and a person that you want to keep dead. I don't even know how you write the communist and working class and black history of the United States without the name Henry Winston, which means we don't have it. Most radicals, or many radicals, when they talk about the working class radical history of the United States, they kind of end with Eugene V. Debs, or maybe the Wobblies, or maybe Gus Hall or William Z. Foster. Henry Winston is never included in the narrative. And I know I'm not the only one. There are many other people, I don't know how many, who feel that is a slight to Henry Winston and to people like myself who knew him and knew his contribution. And it is huge, as Shantanu said, it is huge. How do we know him, and how do we make his ideas important and significant and on the level that they should be after this long counter-revolutionary period that we're in this country awakening from? How do we do this? And this is what we've been meeting, long meetings at different houses and long discussions. And I just want to share briefly the essay that I'm writing that I was trying to use to frame what we're doing in this symposium. And what we're doing is the unexpected.
Right.
It really is. If you want to come to a conference on the 50th anniversary of Strategy for a Black Agenda and hear a series of book reports, you're coming to the wrong symposium.
Right.
That's not what it's about. It is about exploring science, theory, struggle, and ideology, I guess, among other things. And so I tried to write this. I'm trying to, based on my reading of his work, knowing the man, and that has been very important to understanding the mind, to know him, to work with him. And I did have the good fortune of doing just that. And I mean that. I mean, this is it's no, bullshit. I mean, to work with a man who was so kind, so gracious, so committed, and so brilliant. And I know, I think Shantanu raised this. the very fact that the book is entitled Strategy for a Black Agenda already, for many people, consigns it, if not to the scrap heap of history, at least to a footnote or less than a footnote in grand narratives about communism.
Right.
And I say to those people, you have no idea what communism is.
Right.
I'm telling you. You know how I talk sometimes. I'm trying to keep from cursing. You know, most of these people talking about, I'm a communist. They need to shut up. They have no idea what this is all about. And so what is it? And what is it, not in the time of Marx and Engels or even Lenin, but what is it in a time of a black freedom movement, of a world anti-imperialist, you know, all of that. Yeah, Winston could have just been one of those black people who mouth well-rehearsed phrases and made white folk, even white communists, comfortable.
Right.
Now, let me make it clear. He was loved by the people in the Communist Party. But having said that, I'd have to add, he was completely misunderstood. Completely misunderstood. I had a conversation with a young man who, you know, because of his job and his political ambition, you know, has to try to act like to me that he's not, you know, he's not a communist. I know you're a member of the Communist Party. You know, so let's keep it 100. Don't play me like that. But I asked the young man, are you familiar with this essay by Winston called From the Anti-Slavery to the Anti-Monopoly Coalition? He had no idea about which many didn't. He's never read Strategy for a Black Agenda. And if you want to buy a copy of the book, you have to go online. The Communist bookstore does not carry it. And they have not carried that book for many, many years. I am convinced, and if I'm wrong, I will stand corrected, that if Winston were a white man, and if the title of the book was Strategy for a Class Agenda, it would be everywhere. You know, because, quote, class in this narrow dogmatic sense is a default position. What makes you a communist? I stand for the class struggle. Well, what does that mean? The class struggle. Look at the UAW workers. Look at Amazon. Look at... You know what I'm saying? And so, to get to the truth, and not to sloganizing and rhetoric, you have to break through all of that trash and garbage. And that's what it is, believe me. So, you know, one of the things I tried to do in this, you know, by the way, I talk about the materialist concept of time. And I want to thank Blaze because he posted a thing from Strategy where Winston talks about Huey Newton saying that tactics will be determined by the times. Something like that. So the question, what is time? I won't go into it right now, but I try to explore that from Winston and from the materialist point of view. And I also, you know, I try to point out that Winston became the chairman of the Communist Party. Well, you know, he did that bit in prison, in federal prison, an 8-year, he was convicted of 8 years, he did 6, because he was blinded in prison, and because the Soviet Union had somebody that the United States wanted out of jail, the Kennedy administration, you know, allowed him out. I forget what they call it. They allowed him out. He goes to the Soviet Union. He was being treated to see if they could restore sight. But his great statement is, "I've lost my sight but not my vision." I don't think that's understood well. Because the question is, yeah, we can understand you lost your sight, but what is your vision? And that is the key philosophical, ideological question. What are the foundations of your vision? And what is your vision? And it's so interesting that that vision is inseparable from W.E.B. Du Bois, believe me. And all that we talked about in the Black Reconstruction Symposium this year, and so on, and the Black proletariat. So just to tell you, just a quick thing. I say that there are three inseparable, my words are not good today, three inseparable dimensions, I'll use that word, of his philosophical and scientific worldview. Three. The rational scientific, we're all familiar with that. Most of us, or most people, most radicals, when they think Marxism, Leninism, or materialism, or dialectical materialism, they think science. No problem. The rational scientific. That's the Enlightenment. That's, well, as you know, that's Descartes, Spinoza, of course, my favorite, Kant. Danny says it's my favorite, my favorite philosopher. I didn't know I revealed myself that way, but I do like Kant. Oh, Hegel. That's the big, those are the big boys in the understanding of the philosophy of science. And we all know what Hegel said. Philosophy is the science of sciences. I say that for Winston, Marxism, Leninism was a science of science, a general theory. But with every general theory, and I get this really from studying Einstein, the general theory, but then there's the special theory of relativity, which makes it all, which completes it. If there was just a general theory, we would know him, but there would be something out there saying it's not yet complete. Well, I think that Winston, working out of Du Bois, and really out of, and the reason I know this, as I told you all before, when I was around like the Henry Winstons, the William L. Pattersons, the Ishmael Floyd, these are all Black communists, Esther Jackson, all of them, they would always be talking about, as they said, Dr. Du Bois. They called him Du Bois because they were Southerners. I didn't know Du Bois, but it was the authority in a sense of communists, Black communists, that convinced me that there was more to this than I knew. And it took some years for me to have the time to really do Du Bois, but they always, Du Bois, and if you read Strategy, and if you read his other book, his companion to that called Race, Class, and Black Liberation, Du Bois, he even has a phrase, and it's a gesturing phrase in Strategy. Lenin understood Du Bois, not the opposite. And you know, knowing how Black folk have their own way of signifying, you know what I'm saying? A signification. Saying something in a, kind of signifying way. We'll talk about that later, signification. But he was signifying something that he did not fully expand upon. That's where I got the sense of a Lenin-Du Bois synthesis, really, just from that signifying right there. Believe me, that was a trigger. But I said there are 3 levels. One, the rational, scientific, empirical. I put it that way. The scientific, rational, empirical. Normal science, rationality, reason, the Enlightenment. Okay? That's what Marxism is built upon. I often say that Marx was a Hegelian, wearing more radical clothing. You know, without Hegel, you don't have Marx. Sometimes I say without Kant, you don't. But you know, we'll have to work with that. But it is the rational. Then there is the thing, and I think this is the thread that, and I was talking to Sergio, talking on phone, Sarah and I about this, the thread that might unite our work in the year of Baldwin.
Yeah.
And I think it is something unusual, something special and specific.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that is the Black proletariat imaginary. Now this is important. This is hugely important. That concept of the intuitive, the imaginary, well, you think, oh, that's just Black people, and they just, you know, yada yada, they can't be rash. You know, it's all kind of, you know, people take this in all kind of ways. Well, I get it from Einstein, Albert Einstein, who said it was intuition that sparked his relook and rethinking of theories. And he goes so far as even talk about dreams and, you know, but then in Winston, it is something even deeper. It is a pro-Black, and I want to emphasize, Black proletariat imaginary. Where'd that come from? How I was brought up. I'm from Mississippi, the poorest, most repressive, most racist state in the country. My uncle was lynched. My grandfather was a slave. We've been poor. I've been poor all my life. We had to leave Mississippi, try to get a better opportunity. As soon as we leave, then the Great Depression hit, and I don't look like I'll ever have a job. I hook up with unemployment counselors. Hear cats talking about capitalism, and they happen to be in the Young Communist League. I hook up with that. But it is the life. And it is that which is not explained. Now, Ransom and I was talking. I said, look, Ransom, I can't make it to the concert tonight. He got attitude. Stop talking. We on the phone. I said, man, why don't you talk? I said, okay, I'll be there. Because I'm trying to work on this article. I got an attitude. I'm in a mood situation. I don't want to talk. I'm trying to get this article right. So I go on up in there. And it was the best thing I could have done at that time. Because this concept of the Black proletariat imaginary, I saw this guy, and I guess he must have one leg cut off, a false leg or something like that. You know, because he was limping and, you know, he's from North Carolina, living in and a cat on the bass out of Philadelphia. And he playing Train like Train. Wow. And then I'm saying, this is the Black proletariat imaginary. Ransom calls it genetic memory. I'm calling it a little bit different. There's something that sparks the scientific rational, which is not the scientific rational. If you just had scientific rational, you don't have Henry Winston. It's just a Black man talking like a white man. You see what I'm saying? Or seeing the world as a white person would. Even a white person. But what is that different quality? It is the imaginary. I'll talk more about that. It's something that you can't put your hand on. It is something that produces jazz, blues, gospel, R&B, and nobody else will produce it. Imitate it, absorb it, everything. But it don't come from anything but black people. Believe me, I'm not trying to exaggerate. If you're in a communist party, the chairman is a black man, but it's still a majority white party. Good people. No, I'm not doing no skin strategy. But without that imaginary, you have one voice. So I argue that the imaginary unsettles things. It is a challenge. You see how black use other words. I compare Winston to the likes of Sun Ra, Thelonious Monk, John Coltrane. It disrupts. I'll talk more to Buford Delaney, to other artists like Barbara Bullock and Serafina Harris. That black proletariat imaginary, Jimmy Baldwin, to understand Jimmy Baldwin. It's more than the words on the page. See what I'm saying? And the last element in Winston, and all three are important, is the revolutionary / moral imperative. You got to have that. And here is where the communist is not the same as just maybe even a guy as advanced as Archie Shepp. Because he knows the world in a revolutionary way. And see, all three of these, and I'm trying to work out how they work together to produce this mind. And if that is what we're after, and it's like Shantanu said, how do you bring that as a resource for the now time? And the last thing, and we talk about this in our training, it's not a matter of, I know members of the quote Communist Party would say to me, Tony, Winston would not agree with you in supporting Trump. Well, you don't know that, and I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? And I can say that because, man, they don't know when I know, You don't know. Because there is a tectonic shift going on in the world. This is not the world that Winston lived in. Believe me. How can I say? I was living in that time, studying and under his leadership. And I'm living in this time.
Right.
It is different.
Right.
A lot of things that we wanted to see are now coming about in a way that we could have not predicted. We couldn't have. A lot of the paradoxes of ideas, the complexity of the ideological struggle, the sophistication of the ruling class in diverting, all of that, the problem of the youth. The problem of young people today, it wasn't like that for us. Okay, yeah, you got, you had free love and people doing all, LSD and smoking more weed than they should have, and then that morphed on into doing lines and some people shooting dope. But I mean, but then there was a revolutionary core. we're going to fight no matter what. We're going, we're revolutionaries, the world movement, the World Youth Festival, North Korea, North Vietnam, the African stuff, so that was all. So it was not, frankly, no matter what life choices people made, there was, I don't think there was this great cynicism and nihilism. I mean, to have thought of something like gangster rap and a rapper becoming a billionaire, I mean, it's inconceivable. Or an academic, which we'll discuss in a minute, becoming so rich that he don't even know what to do with the money. We couldn't have conceived of this. So the ruling class is more sophisticated. The world has changed. The youth question is different. Our youth question was more like the youth question that Winston and them face. Christ is what we're driven to act in certain ways. Mass cynicism, pessimism among youth, it was unheard of. So we face a new time, a now time, a time that is pregnant with the possibility of revolutionary change in this country on a world scale, but at the same time, all of the ingredients for the type of change that we want are not available in the political, social, ideological realm. That's why you need a free school, by the way. To make things even worse, the ruling class is always coming up with a distraction like the Saturday fake school. Use Du Bois to do other than Du Bois, but so on. But I think we're trying to have it here. We got to raise that money. It won't be much. So that's what. But we had to get the philosophical, just in Shantanu and Nolan, we had to get that philosophical thing. Who is this? And as a scientific symposium, this ain't a book report, a series of book reports. This is an investigation of science, ideology, and revolutionary change. And so we still work and we meet every week. So, that's just a report. Maybe, should we go on to Kendi and that crisis? Why don't you say, y'all read the article. Let me tell you, y'all know Kendi, Ibram X. Kendi. Graduate of Temple University's Department of Africology, formerly known as African American Studies, mentored by Molefe Asante and Ama Mazama. The reason we know this, he says it in his book, but I kind of knew it. And suddenly, a person who I have to say, I don't consider to be that bright. And I could quote
you. Don't?
Huh? No. He writes a book, and it surprisingly, as the New York Times article today says, gets a National Book Award. I then understood something about the interconnection between the publishing industry and the state.
That's correct.
Yeah. First of all, it's not a work of original research. It is repeating and citing work from the mid-'60s by Fredrickson and some of the other white historians who studied the idea of race and whiteness and yada, yada, yada. So it's nothing new. It is a repackaging. The question is, who packaged it? Because we're dealing with marketing and branding, not scholarship. I could make every argument you want against Gerald Horne's ideas. But I'll tell you this, Gerald Horne does his own research. Makes huge mistakes. But all of that research that Horne does, he does it. Somebody else put this together. And I know it because I'm familiar with scholarship. There are things that let you know that something was happening. First of all, it's published by The Nation Publishing House. The so-called left, or today we call it left liberal / social democratic magazine entitled The Nation. Everybody knows The Nation. Every so-called progressive writer writes in The Nation, you know. And that has a long history. At one time it was really a radical publication. So it's The Nation. Okay. This is in 2017, 2018. The publisher and the editors packaged and maybe wrote it. I go that far. Wow. And I would say that because what happens afterward, okay? It's done or packaged in a certain way to get or to be competitive in awards such as the National Book Award. Okay? So it comes at a time, Trayvon Martin, police brutality, yada, yada, yada. A youth movement, it appears, is coming up. He gets this National Book Award. Nobody expected it. But again, I say, it was packaged in such a way to make it competitive for a National Book Award. Now, it ain't like a lot of good are going to be critical investigations of race. So he goes from a job, I think, at the University of Florida to American University, okay? Seamlessly, I mean, just like overnight. It ain't like, oh, we're doing a search. American University is doing a search for a scholar that does race. It's not like that. National Book Award, let's bring him to George Washington University, okay. Within a year. Then he sets up a Center for Anti-Racist Research at George Washington University. And a year after that, publishes a book, and this is really a telltale, called How to Be an Anti-Racist. Okay. I wrote an article about it. Norman Finkelstein has devoted more time to Kendi in pages than the guy deserves, and you'll see why. How to Be an Anti-Racist argues, every chapter begins with a definition. What is a racist? Well, a racist is anybody that supports racist policies. What is an anti-racist? Anybody who supports anti-racist policies. Well, it begs the question, what is a racist or an anti-racist policy? Who determines that? Well, that's never answered. So, besides being a how-to or self-improvement book, which means it's going to be marketed primarily to a white, upper middle class audience who are familiar with how-to and self-improvement books, okay? Unremarkable. So how do you go from the National Book Award for scholarship to something that no sociology, conservative or liberal or radical in the field of race studies would ever in their lives write such trash? Never. And there are millions of articles and books since the Civil Rights period on race. And sociologists have devoted their lives and careers to this study. I mean, honestly so, you know? And to come out with this and then to make what must be the most extraordinary statement ever made in the history of race research, and to claim that the book is anti-racist, he makes a statement. I'm not going to let black people off the hook because they poor and don't have power. They racist too. Wow. Now, at that point, the book should have been, you know, thrown on the bonfires of the vanities or something. It's obvious. The book is bullshit and he's bullshit. And who the hell are you? Well, let's think of who the audience is for this book. Okay, the how-to people. But it becomes a book adopted in the syllabi, I should say syllabuses, of the Pentagon, every major corporation, universities, school curricula around the country. Well, there's certain telltales. One, black people are racist. I have never heard, well, there's the concept of reverse racism, by which they mean black people hate white people like white people hate black people. All right, that's reverse racism. All right. A fiction as well. But for a serious, I never heard a black man on the street, in the university, in the penitentiary, or wherever say that black people are racist. And then he went further, saying, he used to be a racist. I said, is this guy on the pipe? Okay, then, this is on the New York Times bestseller list for months. Oh my God. Then he goes further. He sets up what I, in a review, said is a binary associated more with evangelical Christianity and Afrocentrism than with scientific sociology. That either you are racist or an anti-racist. Well, first of all, is it not, I mean, people could have all kinds of unsettled questions about race. So to set up this binary where, let's see what it's setting up is, well, who will decide these questions? Well, it's me, the high priest of how to be an anti-racist. Kendi. All right. He then, on the basis of this book, I guess I could make a one-act play about this.
Honestly.
But then he goes from American University, a third tier, kind of on the level of Temple. I mean, it's not known for anything except its connection to the CIA.
That's right.
Okay.
American University, yeah.
Suddenly, he's on the bestsellers list, and Boston University recruits him. Not only will we bring you to Boston University, which is in that complex of Tufts and Harvard, and we're going to put you in the center of academic discourse, Well, okay. Which by this time has been degraded so much by its connection to the state, there's not much left of it. So academic discourse, well, okay, not only do they bring him there, but give him an endowed chair.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's not enough. A chair held previously by only one other person. Elie Wiesel, well-known Zionist in support of Israel. Now, Cornell says he was put out of Harvard, not given to because of his position on Palestine. For them, So that means that the funders of this chair are Zionists. This is a Zionist chair.
Okay.
Let's keep it real. They're gonna give it to this cat. Okay? Which means that the fix is in. The ruling class had then made the decision. This is our man. We can create a celebrity. And that's what they did. Now, he has certain qualities that make him fit the job description. One, they figured out he loves money. That's a big one. The love of money. Okay, he loves money. Two, he's not that bright. This is very important. Critical. And he comes out of a school of thought that Winston talks about. Winston calls it Neo-Pan-Africanism. But it is the neo-colonialist position we know as Afrocentricity. And he's mentored by two people that I know personally. I was driven out of Temple by these two, I guess others. And what did Asante say to justify it? Tony is not a scholar. He's nothing more than a communist apparatchik. If you don't know what an apparatchik is, you don't have to know. It's FBI language. You see what I'm saying? So when he came down like that, I said, well, damn, dog. I didn't know you was that close to the FBI. I knew I had questions about you. And then when people asked, well, Asante, Tony teaches Du Bois. Well, we don't need Du Bois now. They said, people said, and this is in the press. They said, well, what you need? We need culture. They said, well, what kind of culture? Hip-hop culture.
Damn.
So at Temple, you could have 5 or 6 courses listed that have to do everything on hip-hop. I'm gonna come back to that. Not a course on Du Bois, last I looked. Not a course on Baldwin. Not a course on the Black Civil Rights Movement. None of that. Courses on Asante and Afrocentricity and hip-hop. Okay? The ruling class knows all of this. Who mentored you? What are your ideological predispositions? So he's very narrow, comes out of a family that are evangelicals, which means the binary either or, and then he's mentored by academic entrepreneurs, opportunists, who have never produced much scholarship. Okay. Then, if you're packaging and marketing someone, and that's what it's all about again, the age is right, late 30s, with dreadlocks. Looks good to a young person. You see what I'm saying? It's not, they don't look like Ransom, dreadlocks, but gray. Beard, you understand? They got to look young and more or less handsome. That look don't appeal to me. It's too, but little feminine, little, dreadlocks, and trying to be cute. I'm telling you, put the package together. We can sell this cat. We will make him a star, and he will mouth our ideas on race. This is the period of George Floyd. This is the period people are marching in the street. Well, who organized all those marches? We're not quite certain. You know what I'm saying? But the New York Times is celebrating these marches as the new civil rights movement. In this civil rights movement, you don't have to make no sacrifice. You don't have to go where it's hard when you're trying to change something. Well, you tear down some statues. You see what I'm saying? This is the quote, Newsom, as the New York Times defined it. So at the head of this are cats like a Kendi. All right, I want to make a long story short. He'd go up there and set up this institute.
Right.
In a matter of 2 years, this cat get $55 million at least on the books.
Right.
Look, no black, white, Latino, Asian. People, scholars have people write grant proposals for them. This is and then I have great research proposals. I'm going to study gentrification and the resegregation of housing in Philadelphia.
There you go.
Longitudinally, which means over many years.
Oh, cool.
They get turned down.
Yeah.
This cat, he write a book, How to Be then he write another book, come out with another book,
Anti-racist baby.
How to Be an Anti-Racist Baby.
Yeah.
Then that ain't enough, he come out with a book, How to Be an Anti-Racist Teenager. Then it's like a multi-volume set, How to Be an Anti-Racist Parent. Everything is how to. Well, and then you get all these guys, at places like even Penn or Yale or Harvard or Stanford, they're trying to write a proposal to do research on questions of race and housing, race and schooling, all of this. They can't get a dime. All right, let's say they give them, and then if they get like $10,000, it's like happy days are here again. I've arrived. And they go to their department head and to their dean and say, look, and doesn't this qualify me to get tenure? I brought $10,000 into this cat get 55 million. You understand what I'm saying? So you say, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, right.
Okay. It's just like everything that goes up has to come down. After 3 years, and this is what it's come out. The bubble bursts. The white administrators, I think they got a black president now, but that's all, virtue signaling. It don't mean nothing. They call him and say, look, you got to fire half of your staff. Now, he had a huge staff. They're research centers. I'm telling you, on all kinds of social questions at universities, if they have 5 people, 3 of whom they're borrowing from another department, work half-time for the Department of Anthropology and half-time for my research center. This guy had 45 people that he is supposedly administering. The co-founder of Twitter, at the inception of this research, and Joe Dorsey gave him $10 million. There are scholars who would kill their mother, father, and little brother to get that. I'm telling you, this was 10 million, and it didn't stop there. 1.5 million from the Ford Foundation. Now who's writing these fucking grants? This is all in a matter of 2 years. Nothing. It took Einstein at least 10 years to win the physics community to the special theory or the general theory of relativity. And with some bullshit talking about black people are racist and his own, some shit that you ain't know. So, okay. Now, there's no happy ending. The happy ending to me is a fraud has been exposed. But not only him, but the university itself. Completely corrupt. completely, so much of it at the behest of the ruling class in the state. We want a race discourse that we can associate with, we got the man. Okay? We don't need that no more. We don't need this man. So they got him on mismanagement, hostile work environment, and then the Times soft shoes it. We're concerned about the management of money.
Yes.
Okay, that's the opening.
Yes.
The management, now you got 55, and what they raised in one article is that you went through 30 million of it in 2 years. You just don't, but according to Emily's calculation, it's up to 100 million.
Yeah, if you include endowment and reserves.
No black, white, Puerto Rican, Mexican in history of the academy has had this kind of money. But what did he learn at Temple from Asante? That it's all a hustle. Asante said, I've written 100 books. Somebody said, well, wait a minute, man, come on, get the fuck out of here. 100 books. But then you writing the same thing over and over again. But it's not about scholarship. It's about branding. I'm the most prolific scholar in the world. I've written 100 books in 25 years. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't mention a lot of them are pamphlets, but okay, so it's a hustle, it's entrepreneurship. I'll do anything, I'll unite with anybody who will advance me. Okay. All right, the end of my story. Back to Temple. And I'm so glad they fired me from there.
Yeah, me too.
I am so happy, because I might be in jail right now, because I had to kill somebody up in that thing. But then I figured it out. Why did Asante have such animus towards me? He felt that I was going to disrupt the hustle.
That makes sense.
The money flow. Now his money flow ain't nowhere near Kenny's.
Right.
But he's comfortable. Lives in the suburbs. Drives a Mercedes. I mean, that's a black man from down South Stream. Come to the north and get rich. Okay. I don't know whether you ever heard of this cat called the Rapping Professor. Obviously, Samir knows him, and so does Serafina. And so, the Rapping Professor. He's distinguished as a scholar of hip hop. And he's best known as being a host on WRD. He's not the host, but he fills in. So he comes on, my friend told me this, and says that the chairman of the department, who happens to be a woman, has put a hit out on him.
What?
I'm on Mazama.
Yeah, put a hit out on him. Okay, I'm a Mazama. Now, just one last thing. As you know, to me this is a very celebratory moment. Because I'd like to see bad things happen to bad people.
And then a score also.
A score?
The score.
The score.
I don't necessarily do bad things, but I like to see them happen. I got to tell.
Okay.
Scorpion.
I don't talk. But Asante and Amamazama were like this. Inseparable ideology, because it's the same hustle. Same hustle. You help one hand wash the other in this hustle thing, gangster wise. Suddenly, a year ago, they had a falling out, a bitter one, where she accused him of abandoning Afrocentrist theory and moving towards humanism. Because he and another woman, Afrocentrist, named Dove in that department, wrote a book upholding human values like gay marriage. That's a no-no in the Afrocentrist world. And Asante was trying to be self-critical because of his previous homophobia, openly. Okay. So then Ama Mazama and a clique within this organization, a shell organization, known as Afrocentricity International. They can't even get no Afrocentricity in Philadelphia, but they done going worldwide now.
She's solely in control of that.
Well, she kicked Asante out of it.
Well, they started from the beginning.
Oh, let me just, yeah, but it's bullshit.
Yeah.
But the fact is, the split was so deep that they went public, and she and her cohorts kicked Asante out of some. Okay. Then, now this is the deep thing. The dean came to Asante and said, "You have to step down as chairman of the department. This is not an ancestral, lifelong job. And you have to the department has to elect a new chairperson." Now, you all don't know all the academic bullshit, but in a small department, about 5 or 6 people, an election? Okay, so they have an election, and Asante wins. And they send his name up to the dean. The dean said, "Oh no," sends it back and appoints Mazama. The rapping professor who talks too much to begin with ran his mouth. He's a fervent Asante supporter, because Asante is his godfather, and, you know, in the gangster sense. And the dean said, "No, I will appoint Mazama." The rapping professor obviously was running his mouth too much. And I don't know whether it's true, but he said Mazama put a hit out on him. Now, it's beautiful. And what is interesting is that Kendi comes out of that nexus. So his hands is dirty. He's dirty, they dirty, the ideology is dirty, but more than that, Boston University and the ruling class are dirty. And it was a fraud being perpetrated on black folk. And it marketed anti-racism, his form, as though it were anti-racism, to distract and mislead. So that's my story. Yeah.
Damn.
Stay tuned. Somebody might go to jail.
Yeah.
Or somebody might get beat up.
They might put Ibram Kendi in jail.
Go.
They might put Ibram Kendi in jail.
Why do you say, tell me about the article you read, Emily.
Well, the article covered what you said, except yours was more fun.
Yeah. And more truthful.
But why do you say Kendi might go to jail?
Because he's the perfect scapegoat.
Keep talking.
Well, if they set him up, they're kind of setting him up to be what they need him to be, so when they need to flip, they can flip whenever. But I don't know.
Easy.
Yeah. But, yeah, well, so, I mean, there's some comments. I feel like Magna has an interesting perspective, because Kendi, they just, her university just had Kendi, like, did a thing on Kendi. But she said, "It's such a coincidence, we were discussing Kendi, we talked about him last week at work. My colleagues expressed their surprise about him getting so much money for writing one book. Another colleague remarked how conversations about racism today do not connect racism and empire. So relevant to erasure of Du Bois and Henry Winston to make way for this well-funded fraud. We watched a bit of his interviews in which he defined racism as the belief that dark is bad and light is good.
Deep idea, right?
This simplistic definition erases the history of principled struggle and the moral choice. He also explained that he markets his book as not being about history, since youth aren't into history, relevant to our conversation about believing the youth are incapable.
Right.
I think we're going to hear a lot of theorizing that people are racist, most especially BRICS plus countries, or anyone that challenges Western domination. Yeah, and they watched the video that her department or colleagues watched on Kendi was either stamped from the beginning or how to be an anti-racist.
Yeah. I had incidentally texted Magna this week, and like she told me about that, and I was like, okay, Magna, we're gonna sit through this video together because she didn't want to watch the interview. And so I also watched the interview, or what I would call more of a masturbatory kind of like discussion of two women. I don't know who these women are. I don't know their relationship to. And I can't speak a lot to what they talked about, not because they it doesn't make sense, but just I have a tendency to tune stuff out if it's kind of like BS and like kind of floaty, airy stuff. But it, that's the opportunist, and I was like, okay, this is But at least Magna caught the line.
No, but if you go on do a YouTube, look at some lectures or interviews with Kendi. If you want to be underwhelmed, no, believe me. I mean, it's nothing there.
Wow.
It's just a cat with dreadlocks that the ruling class has said, oh, this is a smart.
Yikes.
I mean, I'm telling you. Even without a thorough investigation, suddenly he's being interviewed by the BBC.
Well,
CBS, Then he's a regular contributing writer to the Atlantic magazine. Talk about empire. This is the magazine of empire and the neocons.
Also, talking about reflecting the hollow crisis, the crisis of the university, because it's so hollow without substance. Well, the anti-racist center at Boston University also was given an entire section of the Boston Globe, which is the number one. Yeah, and so but they rarely produced enough content that the Boston Globe had to finally be like, we have to cancel your the center section of the Boston Globe. and then also the other thing, the New York Times. Well, the other revealing thing, we already knew this. This is besides Jack Dorsey, but most of the funding, so the $55 million number doesn't come from like university endowment or like the university storing funds in the center. It comes from just raising money, fundraising. And the New York Times article did say that most of the money that the 55 million came from is from Silicon Valley.
Is what?
Can be traced to Silicon Valley.
And there's some pharmaceutical money in there.
And
there's some Soros money in there.
There definitely has to be Soros money. And the pharmaceutical thing is also interesting because people, so I think there are a lot of disgruntled academics, like Magna was talking about with her colleagues, who are like, wait, so how come we didn't get this much money the whole time? That there's another Black intellectual, I think he's just like a young, rising academic. He wrote an article titled How to Be an Anti-Intellectual on Kendi, but the thing about, so a lot of like young Black academics who are unhappy, even just based on like the fact that why is he getting so much money and we're not, there's a big rumor mill saying that Kendi was clearly only interested in not even the center, but the center was used as a front to help him fund his own his own businesses, including a TV production business called Maroon Visions, and which produced an ESPN Plus series on racism in sports. And but then another part of it is that people were starting to suspect, I think part of the BU inquiry into the center, like basically on corruption, is that a lot of the center's panels would be with like really weird random partners, like a pharmaceutical company CEO who does research on sickle cell anemia. But then it turns out that the pharma company, it's like people were like, why is this CEO have anything to do with our center? And the connections that turns out that pharma company was one of the top funders of the center. And so there's a lot of nefarious, there's a lot of connections between tech, tech, science companies with this center, with everyone trying to use the anti-racist DEI thing, woke thing, to bring more money into their own.
Well, but then the connection to Netflix and the Obamas. Where they've just premiered, or is premiering, a film based on his book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. I mean,
I forgot about that.
Well, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Never in history. So what is driving this? Clearly the ideological struggle. He's not a sociologist. They try to say he's a historian. In fact, with all, you say $100 million, I don't think one serious research paper has come out of the center, nor, for instance, one thing that any kind of research center does is collect data. Or, even on their website, you could get links to data places like University of Michigan's opinion polling, or, different places. There are different data places throughout the country at different universities. None of that. I think they came out with a bibliography of anti-racist bibliography. I mean, come on. It is not even thorough. Nothing. In other words, if you were a scholar in race, let us say a researcher in race, and you were looking for sources of data or articles or other research, and you say, I'm going to go to the Center Against Anti-Racist Research at Boston University, you could find nothing. You may as well go to the 52nd Street branch of the Free Library, which is not open on Saturdays. That's how bad it is. And yet, this is so big. The New York Times, see, these articles, this morning in the New York Times, they broke it, They were eventually going to get to it. But it's all in the Boston newspapers and in various newsletters and everything. The crumbling of this, as Emily said, $100 million, quote, anti-racist research center. Good.
Yeah, that's real quick. And breaks down to he who controls.
Speak up a little bit.
He who pays the piper calls the tunes. And I made the decision years ago to fanatically, after 35 years, I was 35 in 1990, I do not consume mainstream media of any kind. Now, is that a solution for the world, or? It's going to be very few people that are actually going to do that. So here's the thing: if no amount of you or my money, I have money I want, but I can't own and control mainstream media. So it has such power in the sense that when you're looking at the news and you can say, oh, I know they lying about that, or I know they coming out. Yeah, you can do that. Why? Because it's filtered through the internet. The problem is all of those images and those words and everything are stored, and then your subconscious mind serves them back up to you. But this time they're not filtered through you, and anyway. So, how can we unplug? And then, lastly, real quick, if you went through a life and you were basically, you have a lifetime of experience before you go on the internet, and you're using references from your life in terms of what you're going to access or what you're going to, versus somebody that have come into this life and all of these images before you had the discriminating ability to. I mean, it's just.
But see, I understand what you. But see, that explains a person who would be such a charlatan, so interested in money and celebrity that they would sell their mother's soul. You know what I'm saying? So you have to have a certain personality type who would fit into a grander scheme that we call the ruling class and its ideological interest. They had to define anti-racism in a way that fit their woke, quote, agenda for a brief period when people are marching in the street because of George Floyd. You see what I'm saying? And so they, the ruling class, get out in front of it. This is what has happened. So what we're looking at, I remember when I first wrote the article on Kendi, Dwight said to me, "Oh man, why are you so hard on the young brother?" I said, first of all, what make you think he's a brother? This is a traitor. This is a person who wishes to mislead people. Now Dwight agrees with me now. But what I'm saying, just like Asante, he goes around the city, Dr. Asante. You can't say hello without saying, Dr. Asante, I'm Dr. Asante. I started the first PhD program in African American Studies at Temple. That has to be unpacked too. Because he didn't start shit. Leah Corus started that as a rebranding of Temple University, which was going from a 3rd tier to a 4th or 5th tier university on the level of Westchester State. So you do a lot of things to change an image and brand. Don't forget, universities are corporations. That's why students is in such debt. You in debt to universities and you in debt to the mortgage companies and the credit card. Those are the major sources of debt. But what they have in common, they're corporations. And what else? But the university is even more nefarious because they gentrify. The community defeated Temple in the attempt to build a football stadium at Broad Norris in North Philly. We defeated them. So what did they do? Their image is so ugly and dirty in the black community, they bring in a black president. Yeah, they brought him in. He stayed for about a year. He came out of Goldman Sachs. Come on, dog. Don't play me like this. Then, to keep up with Boston University, Temple set up their own Center for Anti-Racist Research. They put up $1 million, and a fight broke out over that. Kendi, $100 million, they fighting over $1 million. And so the university said, we need this. This is an investment in our brand. They ain't gonna do who do they hire to head this research center? Not a cat that has any background in research or race, or don't even have a PhD, which is not the final word on anything. He teaches hip hop. You understand where I'm coming? All I'm saying is a fraud of significant magnitude is being perpetrated in the name of fighting racism And a university, what is more racist than gentrification? Moving people out of their houses and shit. Oh, but we can repair all of that. We're gonna keep you're gonna say Asante, and we're gonna give him this $1 million to set up a research center. So then you can go all around North Philly, because that's all you're gonna go with that bullshit, and West Philly, and say to black people, Temple is a friend of the black masses. Y'all talking about the black proletariat, they on our side. We're gonna give them a couple little jobs. This is what we're talking about. Hey man, so I bring that to the body just to, you know, to keep it 100. Go ahead.
If I could make a quick comment, I know people are looking hungry, like, please shut up. I thought it was really notable the way you gave this analysis, especially when I read the article, how it was, a lot of this was driven by the exigencies of trying to defeat Trump and elect Biden.
There's no question.
4 years later, it's falling apart.
Yeah.
I feel, Tim Teresa, I never thought about it like that. It's nice to see bad things happen to bad people. They can't hold it together. I think it's our time, man. We have a vision to put forward, man. We got to
I'm gonna tell you something about Temple. Let me tell you about Temple. 30%, the student enrollment between 2017 and 2020 dropped 30%. Wow. You can't, the cash flow is fucked up. Okay, that's number one. So they go to all of the tenured professors. We will give you a package to retire.
Wow.
We don't want you no more. But so the tenured professor, well, who's going to replace me? I teach this, I teach the other. How could you do without me? You know how narcissistic professors are. They said, don't worry about it. For every one of you, we can hire 5 adjuncts.
Yeah, the quality.
And they be making $1,500 a course, which means they will teach 5 courses at Temple and another 3 at community college if they're lucky. So all of these professors will be replaced by adjuncts that now they used to give 3-year contracts to certain non-tenured people. Oh, no more. Everybody 1 year, y'all gonna be adjuncts when we finish with you. So then they say, well, what about the teaching assistants? We graduate students who are working so hard to become the professors of the future, and we're doing our and we're teaching assistants and shit. The university said, fuck y'all.
Yeah, that's what it says.
With no listen to what I'm saying. We're going to take your health benefits away. So if you get sick like the musicians, do a GoFundMe. We're going to take, retire you, all that shit. You're nothing. You say, but I'm a good person. I came all the way from, hold on, wait a minute, son. I came all the way from Nebraska to study here under my favorite professor whose books I read and yada yada. They said, man, get the fuck out of here. We talking about dollars and cents. You're out. So to soften the blow of us taking your money and your job away, we're gonna hire a black president. They don't tell you where the man is from. Goldman Sachs. Don't know his behind from a hole in the ground. What is the main concern of people sending their children to Temple, including people from Philadelphia? You might get robbed or killed up in there. They can't protect the students. You understand? And yet they're going to talk about building a football stadium? No, you understand a crisis of legitimacy. Nobody believes universities. Nobody trusts universities. People ain't going to universities. People don't want to send their children because it's too expensive. Even Temple, third, fourth tier. It ain't no Ivy League you going to. I mean, we're talking about in a lot of ways, Lincoln University of the past was way better. Lincoln University today, I'm not certain. But we're talking about a rebranding of Westchester State. This ain't you ain't going nowhere. You know, so what you gonna major in, Africology? Where you gonna get a job at? They shutting down Africology departments all over the country. They said, well look, even Kendi graduated from here. But they ain't putting no food in my mouth. This is what we deal, a fraud. Ain't no other way to look at it. And the universities, these neoliberal behemoths, Penn has gentrified so hard, so viciously. Them black people in West Philly don't even know what happened to them. Right. But in North Philly, North Philly is a whole different thing. Hard bop, rhythm and blues. We gonna fight. We don't play that. West Philly, we're moving on up. We ain't in the ghetto no more, but it is the ghetto now. West Philly is, go ahead, Ransom, I'm talking too much.
All right, I just want to ask real quick, but don't get too deep because it is
okay, go ahead.
That could get really technical.
Okay, go ahead.
Just generally speaking.
Go ahead.
Compare this college system to other nations in the Western world.
This is the world. No, let me tell you something. Let me go to the Western world after I get out of China or India. We got Indians from India in here. We don't have any Chinese from China. Okay. These is Indians from India. They came here and excelled. Why? Because the background. I asked them, how did y'all outdo the white man? They said, because they don't talk like me, so I'm not gonna put with. But they said, in effect, that their backgrounds were so much stronger, from high school to undergraduate to their master's degree. They came here and outperformed all of their non-Asian peers. Go to the University of Pennsylvania. You think you in the Afro-Asian, well, I'll say the Pan-Asia. Right. You know what I'm saying? Well, Temple is still, white and black and Latino. Right. Because don't nobody want to go there. I ain't gonna pay that money to go there. They got to beg, borrow, and steal to get people to come there. Philadelphia, if you go to a Philadelphia high school, you don't want Temple. You in the fourth tier, you damn near in the ghetto of universities.
Yeah, you are.
And they still trying to talk about Malefe or something. Please, give me a break. Africa. And then, look, let me tell you how they be, the maneuvering. The brand of Temple is so bad, so Malefe come there. I don't want it to be called African American Studies no more. I want to rename it Africology. You know what the administration, do whatever the fuck you want to do, man. Shit. You ain't gonna be around that long, no. You understand where I'm coming from? It's cynicism.
Individual solution because behind involved or whatever you are. Short of a revolution, the masses are fucked.
A what?
Short of a revolution, the masses are fucked. So I'm saying on an individual kind of sort of level, with the minds out of the box education, but you got the traditional credential and all that, looking at what your child would experience in the system. I'm gonna say this coming to me. You have to homeschool your kids.
Well, but let's not go there yet. Wait a minute. Let's not get into the philosophy of homeschooling. Let's just focus.
Because the school.
See, higher
I want you to compare this system to.
We're talking about higher education.
Yes.
The hold it. Wait a minute. What is higher? They call it higher education because it is at the elite level, the preparation of the next generation of the elite. Now, maybe not at 10, but at the Harvards. That's why the affirmative action thing seems so. But it's not devastating because they can get around that Supreme Court decision. Wait a minute. Because, and this is what we have to know. Because the ruling elite have an interest in rebranding, i.e. remarketing themselves. Listen to what I'm saying. To the world. It's not about education. Of course. Well, no, it's not, of course. Most people think it is.
They do. You're right.
Most people think. So, but just listen. We are looking at a crisis of higher education, which is, in effect, a crisis of the ideological preparation of the next generation of elites. A lot of people don't understand it. Temple ain't in that. We're talking about third, fourth tier.
Right.
But Harvard, Yale, Stanford, you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's why they, see, by the way, Indians from India, the white man gonna invite y'all to stay here forever. Don't worry about it. If you wanna stay here, you can. I'm not making them, because they are not producing. They have to turn to Asia, and to a certain extent Africa, especially Nigeria. Say what?
That's by design.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
In the midst of a failure of American public and higher education, they have to look all over the world to fill and so this is what. Look, this is why they got the white and the Indian and the Chinese. You cool? Just be white. And that's wait a minute, hold, let me finish. And that is the struggle for the soul of Asia. Do Asians in America become white to get paid? Or do they stand up in their tradition, in their civilization? This is what and you can talk all the Afrocentrism, that shit is so insignificant. Malefi Asante set up a little institute up on Germantown Avenue. It ain't open most of the time, and then when it is, ain't nobody. Look, let me tell you something. They failed. This Kendi thing is an indication of an unraveling, of a crisis. Yeah. Because they thought they could manage the public discourse on race. I asked some people, Alfie and Osaze, when I was going, they were giving me a run. I said, y'all ever hear of Ibn Kendi? They said, no, who the fuck is that?
Yeah.
You know, this is but at that, it's, I say like the gospel song say, oh, how happy you have made me. It's a beautiful thing. The crisis of the enemy benefits the oppressed. I don't cry over, and just because you my skin color don't mean you my kind. That's what we call neo-colonial. That's why Winston's talking about the skin strategy as a neo-colonialist strategy. Understand. Everything black ain't black. We should know that by now.
Oh, yeah.
The traitors, the sellouts. This cat don't go from the University of Florida down in Tallahassee to Boston University and $100 million because he's smart. There are many smart people. It's because he is a puppet of the ruling elite. And the thing I'm trying to, it comes back to Philly and Temple because it comes out of that vortex.
So what's the solution?
Pardon me?
The solution.
No, I'm not going to give you no solution now. That's not the question, Ransom. Understand the analysis first. Understand the situation. 99 and 100% of us don't understand even what the problem is. I know we have people come to free school.
Look how
the people give brilliant presentations. They say, well, what you want us to do now?
And then the literacy.
Wait a minute, do you understand the analysis? Do you understand the situation? You didn't, I mean, just because you heard one person give a presentation, you don't understand. So chill. I'm not talking to you, I'm talking about.
I know.
You can't go from this type of understanding and analysis of a critical situation, especially as it relates to Black people and the struggle against racism. You know, you can't just say, what's the solution? Well, we've talked about the solution here in the free school every week. Every week. You know, so I mean, I just thought, let me shut up, I'm talking too fucking much. That's it. Plus we got it.
Okay, let's.
I could talk some more. Don't.
You gotta save some for the rest of the month.
Yeah, we gotta save.
Yes.
Now, I don't know how many people want to go over to the thing that Gregory Walker has invited us to.
Yeah,
Huh?
we can't. Yeah, we can't buy them. There is no more tickets.
There are no more
They sold
tickets?
out.
Oh, so we won't go. That's good.
Alright.
Yeah, let me call because I was just texting. He said
text him.
tickets or something.
How many people from the free school want to go?
Yeah.
Did you say? What did he say?
I gotta call him just to double check.
Why don't you call him? See.
Okay, well, to our fellow travelers on the live stream, we're gonna end the live stream, but thanks for joining us, and that was a very important free school. And I'll end with my favorite quote from today's free school, which is, the ingredients for the change we want don't exist. And that's the significance of the free school.
Say that one more time.
Wait, it's from you. The ingredients for the change we want don't exist today. That's what you said, right?
I might want to retract that.
Yeah. No, I liked it, so. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll take less notes next time. So, anyways, goodbye.